Chapter 63. Biggest? Isn't my place the biggest? And whether my cattle can be sold or not has something to do with the quality of my cattle. It has nothing to do with them. Hearing Berkdoller's words, Jiang Hai said with a look of displeasure. Indeed, in terms of land, your place is the largest private manor, but if you want to sell cattle, you have to ask if our Cartwright Company agrees. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, a man in his 30s with glasses came over with a sneer and said arrogantly to Jiang Hai in front of him. Seeing his appearance, Jiang Hai raised his eyebrows and walked up to him. Boss, this is the case. Seeing that Jiang Hai seemed to be about to have a conflict with the other party, Robbins immediately came to Jiang Hai's side and quickly whispered in his ear. Speaking of the size of the manor, Jiang Hai's manor was number 1 in the entire state of Massachusetts, or even the entire east coast of the United States. However, this Cartwright Company wasn't a place to raise cattle. To be exact, it was a place to sell cattle. It was an animal husbandry company registered in the United States, headquartered in New York. It was one of the more influential animal husbandry companies in the United States. However, they did not raise cattle. They only bought and sold cattle. They were also commonly known as second-hand dealers. In the United States, there were 3 main ways to sell cattle. The first was to sell it normally. Every year, the Meat Quality Inspection Agency would conduct 2 spot checks on the registered ranches. If the meat passed, it could be sold on the market. However, the beef sold this way was basically whole, so it couldn't be sold for much. The cost of raising a cow was about $1,500, and the price of a cow was about $1,000. An adult cow was sold by the pound, so it could only be sold for between $3,000 to $4,000. The profit wasn't much. There is also the second way, which is to go out and run the business yourself. The manor owner has his own distribution channel. After the inspection, he can sell it directly to some big shopping malls or Western restaurants, which is naturally the most profitable. But whether it was Robbins or Berkdoller, these people did not have such ability. They were good at raising cattle, but when it came to selling, they were far behind. Therefore, they chose the third path, which was to participate in some beef cattle competitions or exhibitions. If there was a businessman interested in the beef during the competition or exhibition, he would naturally come to inspect it and then buy the beef. However, such a large-scale exhibition was actually a game for the rich. Those cows were basically the cows of large companies, not small ranchers. In other words, these cows were actually raised by small ranchers, but if they wanted to sell them at a high price and go to an exhibition, they would need to be affiliated with a large company. Not to mention whether a small ranch would be able to enter the exhibition or the competition, just the amount of money required to participate in the exhibition and the competition was not small. Therefore, most cowboys and ranchers would choose this path. As for this cow, according to the other party's statement, they need to know the quality of the cows here. In fact, this cow was just a free meal for them. Hearing Luo Binxi's words, Jiang Hai's face turned even uglier. This was somewhat similar to the mechanism in China. Everyone raised their cattle freely and then sold them together. However, at this time, the company that sold the cattle in the United States had become this company. In fact, it was a second-hand dealer, but it was the largest second-hand dealer. Yes, if it was successful, the price of the cattle would be higher, but Jiang Hai's ranch would become the other party's beef cattle base. The distribution channel would be completely controlled by the other party. Rabinci and the others could not be blamed for this, because their original layout was only so big. They did not consider the idea of participating in the exhibition themselves. Firstly, it seemed very expensive to them. Secondly, they did not think that their cows were different. Anyway, the price was about the same. It was better to directly put the cattle under the name of these companies. This would save a lot of trouble. Although they had sacrificed a cow, compared to the nearly 20,000 cows left, one cow was really not a big deal. But Jiang Hai would be the first to disagree with this idea. The distribution channel aside, the most important thing was that the cattle raised by Jiang Hai were different from ordinary cattle. He was almost done improving all the pasture in the manor. As long as this winter passed, when it was time to slaughter next summer and autumn, the quality of these cattle would inevitably be the highest. He was quite confident in his cattle. At this time, if he did not earn the money himself, why should he let others earn it? How could he agree? So after hearing Robin's words, he directly got rid of Robin's and came to these people. Let go of the cow for me, or I will call the police. Looking at the staff in front of him, Jiang Hai pointed with his right hand and said with an unhappy face. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the workers here were even more confused. As for Robins and others, although they were somewhat puzzled by Jiang Hai's approach, after all, they were now working under Jiang Hai, so they did not say anything and stood behind Jiang Hai. That momentum, without being angry, made the people on the opposite side even more at a loss. Hey, you have to think about it. If you affiliate with our company, at least you. Seeing the actions of Jiang Hai and others, the man over there couldn't help but walk to the front of Jiang Hai and said with a playful face. In his view, Jiang Hai was just a hothead. When he saw that his cattle were about to be taken away, he was a little reluctant. He did not believe that a manor owner could fight against their company. Get lost, no matter what, our cattle don't need to be affiliated with your company. What kind of company are you? What kind of bullshit exhibition is this? I can't participate in it myself, I don't need you. However, before this person could finish his words, Jiang Hai had already waved his hand impatiently, directly interrupting his words, then said with a look of displeasure. You have to know that it costs money to participate in the exhibition. A booth costs millions of dollars. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the people here couldn't help but speak loudly. Millions of dollars were indeed a lot, and Jiang Hai was also short of money now, but at this time, he could lose anything but face, right? I just bought this manor, $280 million. Do you think $1 or $2 million is a big deal? Looking at the man in front of him mockingly, Jiang Hai's words were full of provocation. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the people here couldn't help but swallow the rest of their words. Indeed, he was also clear about the size and situation of this manor. Such a large manor, together with the grassland, winery, and fishery, $280 million was not expensive, but it was definitely not cheap either. In other words, the current Jiang Hai was a billionaire with a net worth of over $100 million. It was indeed a bit exaggerated for a small staff member to talk about money in front of him. It seemed that this guy was not as easy to fool as he thought. Okay, you're rich, but don't forget that you can participate in the exhibition yourself, but if you can't sell it, you can't blame anyone else. Let's go. When it came to money, he definitely couldn't win against Jiang Hai. After all, the market value of his company was only a little more than $1 billion. If the company went head-to-head with Jiang Hai naturally couldn't compete with the company. But why should the company go head-to-head with Jiang Hai for such a small person like him? If the company knew that he had a feud with a billionaire, the possibility of the company firing him was much higher than the possibility of winning back their face. So now he can only say some harsh words, then turn around and leave. However, his harsh words weren't just for show. He really did have some ways to deal with Jiang Hai. If Jiang Hai wants to participate in the exhibition, then it might be troublesome. This was because this company was mainly responsible for the northeast corner of the United States, north to Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Massachusetts, and even New York, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, Delaware, Maryland, and even Washington, D.C. More than 80% of the merchants in these states had connections with this company. If the quality of the meat was inferior, these merchants might not give Green Forest a chance. Giving face to this company wasn't a bad thing for them. Although the people in the United States only cared about profits, favors were sometimes useful. Of course, if Green Forest's meat wasn't as good as normal meat, then there was no need to compete. However, Jiang Hai was quite confident in his beef. These guys were just waiting to be slapped in the face. If his meat was much better than this company's, these merchants weren't fools. It was needless to say who they would choose. Boss. Seeing these people leave, Harriman took the lead and pulled the cows back to the cowshed. It was obvious that he was distressed just now. As for Robbins, he was 30% guilty and 70% anxious. He walked to Jiang Hai's side and wanted to say something. You don't have to say anything. You have to have some confidence in your cows. Even if you don't have confidence in the cows, you have to have confidence in me, the boss. Do you understand? Our cows will definitely be the best. Waving his hand, Jiang Hai interrupted Robbins and said firmly. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Robbins couldn't help but smile awkwardly. He really wanted to ask where Jiang Hai's confidence came from, but he couldn't say it out loud. After all, Jiang Hai was the boss. If he had confidence, then they should have confidence as well. When is the exhibition they mentioned? No longer caring about Robin's guilt, Jiang Hai turned his head and asked $1. He definitely couldn't bear to let Jiang Hai sell his cows at the price of adult cows. The biggest difference between him and other billionaires was that he didn't have any connections. To be exact, he was just a nouveau riche. He didn't have the social circle of the upper class at all. After he became rich, he invested in his own business. He didn't have the leisure time to go to New York to make friends with those people. He didn't want to be involved in all the scheming all the time. Therefore, the second path was not feasible. He could only follow these people and take the third path, which was to go to the exhibition. Today's update was a little late because of some things. It will be sent immediately. Chapter 64. The most recent one should be in 2 months, after the new year. It's mainly focused on beef cattle from Massachusetts and a few small states nearby. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Bell took out his mobile phone and checked it in the distance. This one is too small. Is there a big one? Hearing Bell's words, Jiang Hai thought for a moment. This one is indeed too small, and most importantly, Jiang Hai is not sure if the quality of the meat can reach that level after feeding it for 3 months, so he hesitated and decided to postpone it. Also, in April, there will be a large national exhibition in New York. At that time, livestock companies from all over the country will come, but the price of this promotion spot is also very expensive. Bell looked at it and said with some hesitation. When the person said that renting an exhibition hall would cost millions, he was referring to a small exhibition like the one in January. After all, Jiang Hai only has 20,000 cows. 20,000 cows is not a small number in the local area, but if it is spread across the country, it is far from enough. Especially when compared with the farmers in the West, the difference is really too big. In Texas, New Mexico, Montana, and other places, 20,000 cows. That is the beginner level. But even if there are fewer cows, Jiang Hai will probably want to rent an exhibition hall, and that will be very expensive. The price of an exhibition hall is conservatively estimated to be less than 10 million, and that is to say that the exhibition hall is closer to the center. Then it will be it. After calculating, there is still half a year. Jiang Hai estimated that he should have the opportunity. He can now grow 8 scales a day. There is a voice in the dark telling him that the lowest level snake needs 1080 scales to evolve. 8 scales a day, and it only takes 135 days, 4.5 months. Not to mention, Jiang Hai's body was not without scales. He originally had more than 100 scales, and recently, he can store 2 scales a day, which is almost 200 scales. He estimated that in less than 3 months, he should be able to evolve for the first time. At that time, his body will probably have a lot of changes. If he can't do it, he will go into the sea to fish for treasures to sell. Of course, this was only what he thought. According to his original estimation, he would not enter the deep sea until he reached level 3. But at that time, if it really didn't work, he would have to fight for it. But to be honest, it was better not to fight for it. So, Jiang Hai still hoped to find a way to make some money. He didn't need to think about the cattle for the time being. This was something that could make a lot of money in the future. If he sold it now, it wouldn't be worth it. But fish was a good opportunity. Since he was going out to sea in the afternoon, he might as well take a look at the nearby fish resources. By the way, boss, we're almost out of meat. When are we going to replenish our stock? Just as Jiang Hai was whispering there, Luo Binci suddenly remembered something and said to Jiang Hai. In the United States, for a manor owner like Jiang Hai, it was inevitable that food and accommodation were provided, especially beef. However, even if each person consumed 3 pounds of beef per day, it was impossible to eat it every day. In the manor, excluding Philip's wife, they consumed 21 pounds of beef per day. An adult Angus cow weighed 700 to 900 kilograms, which was about 1,800 pounds. In total, 65% of the meat was edible. In fact, in Jiang Hai's opinion, the beef heart, tripe, and tendons were also edible, but the people in the United States didn't eat these things. Just the meat alone, 65% of the slaughter rate meant that there were 1,170 pounds of beef left. Based on the daily consumption of 21 pounds of beef, it could last for 55 days. But it was impossible for them to eat this thing every day, they would get tired of it. So, after killing a cow, it was no problem to supply Jiang Hai and the others for 2 months. In a year, there were only 6 cows. For the base of tens of thousands, it was really a drop in the ocean. So, eating meat here was a difficult thing. There is no meat. Then what are we going to buy? Just pick one and kill it. Hearing Luo Binci's words, Jiang Hai didn't even think about it and directly said. Ugh, weren't you reluctant just now? Hearing Jiang Hai's understatement, Robbins couldn't help but be stunned, then he asked strangely. He was reluctant just now, why did he agree to kill it now? I'm reluctant to give it to outsiders. It doesn't matter if we eat it ourselves. By the way, leave the cucumber strips to me. Rolling his eyes at Robbins, Jiang Hai said faintly. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Robbins was also stunned. Just cucumber strips. Don't you want meat? Hearing Robbins' question, Jiang Hai couldn't help but stop his footsteps. Seeing Jiang Hai's clueless look, Robin smiled. His boss really didn't look like a boss, but fortunately, he had time now. He was going to teach Jiang Hai to recognize these cows. Jiang Hai also felt that as a manor owner, it was a bit shameful that he couldn't even distinguish between cow and meat, so he picked up a mask and walked in with Robbins. The two only knew the cows, so it didn't matter. They didn't need to go too far. The meat on the cow can be divided into 10 pieces in addition to the minced meat. This is the beef neck. It has both fat and lean meat. The meat is dry, but the texture of the meat is very messy, so it can't be sold for a price. It is most suitable to be used as stuffing. Most of the beef meatballs are from here. Robbins walked to the front of a cow, patted the cow's neck and said to Jiang Hai. After the beef neck, it is the beef shoulder. The meat of the beef shoulder is also good. The texture is very smooth and tender, but because it is composed of 2 crossed pieces of meat, it is more chewy. It is suitable for stewing, roasting, and braising. It needs to be completely roasted before the taste can enter. After the beef neck, Robbins patted the shoulder of the cow behind the beef neck and said to Jiang Hai. In fact, most of the beef they bought was from here. After the beef neck, it is the upper brain. The meat here is also one of the most expensive meat. It is easy to have marbling patterns, so when it is sold, the meat here is also very valuable. However, the fat is thick, and the pattern is not too obvious. It is suitable for frying and roasting. Oh, yes, the people in Huaxia City also eat the beef here in the pot. You seem to call it hot pot. After the upper brain, it is the eye meat. The meat here, if butchered, will look like an eye. The fat is mixed and marbled. It is also the place where the meat is the thinnest and the highest selling price. After the eye meat, it is the outer rib. Most of the meat here is sold to restaurants. In the restaurant, sirloin steak refers to this kind of meat. Below is the tenderloin, which is usually made into beef tenderloin. Of course, the filet mignon in Western restaurants is made with this. Below is the beef brisket, which can be stewed and eaten. Behind is the hip meat, which is the cucumber strip, boss said. The meat here is okay for roasting, and the rest is general. At the front, there is a piece of meat at the breast, and the hind leg is the tendon meat. Robbins introduced to Jiang Hai while touching the beef. Hearing Robbins' introduction, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be surprised. He used to think that cucumber strips were the best. After all, cucumber strips were the most expensive in domestic supermarkets. So he took it for granted that cucumber strips might be the tenderloin, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even touch the edge of the spine. The best beef is the tenderloin, the outer loin, and the eye meat. These are the three places where marbling patterns are most likely to appear, and they are also the most delicious places. Only the meat in these places will be rated as superior and specially selected beef. The next is the upper brain and the buttocks. The good quality meat can be selected as the best grade, and then the breast and brisket. The meat here will basically be rated as standard grade, and the shoulder and tendon will be commercial grade. The neck will be usable, and the remaining minced meat and internal organs will be minced and canned grade. Hearing Robbins' words, Jiang Hai also remembered the location of the meat on the beef. It turned out that the beef that he thought he bought was the best was not the best at all. Thinking about it, he was really emotional. Then I want the eye meat, then leave some tenderloin and outer rib for me, and some minced meat to feed Xiao Bai and Little Yellow. The rest is up to you. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Robbins also chuckled. This is what he should do. When he used to work in those ranches, generally speaking, the eye meat, tenderloin, and outer rib were the farm owner's own. They ate it themselves or sold it. It had nothing to do with these cowboys. If they were lucky, they could get some upper brain and hip meat. If they were unlucky, they could not get these things. They could only get beef shoulder, tendon, brisket, and breast, and even some minced meat. He had to admit that most of the time, Jiang Hai was quite generous. After learning a bit from Luo Binci, he didn't need to do the rest for the time being. Luo Binci and the others would naturally do the killing. According to them, it was too late today, so they could kill it tomorrow. Jiang Hai left the cowshed and returned to his home. After taking a bath and feeding the two dogs, it was almost noon. At noon, Jiang Hai received a call from Philip and asked him to go to his home for a meal. When he arrived, Philip and his wife, as well as Ai Dehua, were already waiting for him. Jiang Hai wasn't polite and directly ate a meal. Then the three of them rode the all-terrain vehicle and came to the dock. At this time, the open boat, which seemed to be empty, had a lot of things on it. Nets, anchors, large bundles of ropes, canvas, diesel, raincoats, and even a gun next to it. What are we going to do? Although Jiang Hai didn't suffer from paranoia, seeing so many things all of a sudden still made his liver tremble. He looked at Edward with a strange expression and said, "Yes. It's obvious that the boss is going to sea for the first time. The sea is not the same as the shore. We not only have to guard against the fish in the sea, but also against people. Sometimes, people are the most dangerous." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Philemon on the other side said with a smile, "Don't listen to him, we are just in case. After all, this is the coastal waters of the United States. If something happens, the Coast Guard helicopter will come in less than 5 minutes. Don't forget, boss, you are in the privileged class. You are a rich man." Hearing Philemon's words, Jiang Hai was really stunned. "Are there pirates here too?" But looking at Jiang Hai's appearance, Ai Dehua said, "Today's second update is for everyone." Chapter 65. Vomit. Vomit. Lying on the side of the boat, Jiang Hai felt his stomach churning, his intestines churning, and his brain churning. This is not the first time Jiang Hai has taken a boat, but he used to take a boat in China. Basically, he took a river boat. Although there are some waves, they are really not big. When the waves are big, no one will drive a boat out, so Jiang Hai has always thought that taking a boat on the sea is not much different from taking a boat in the river. It is estimated that it will be a little shaky, but it should be fine. But less than 5 minutes after the boat left the port, he regretted it. How can the small waves in the river compare to the wind and waves on the sea? Jiang Hai's fishing ground is located offshore Boston, and under the sea, he can see the extended continental shelf. In such a situation, Jiang Hai felt that the shaking was not ordinary, let alone going to the open sea. Of course, it is impossible to take such a small boat to the open sea. 5 minutes after leaving the dock, Jiang Hai had some urge to vomit, but fortunately, his physical fitness is very strong and he withstood it. About half an hour after the boat ran, Jiang Hai couldn't help it. After signaling them to stop, he immediately vomited on the side of the boat. "Boss, are you okay?" Seeing Jiang Hai's appearance, Philip couldn't help but worry. "I don't know, but I should be fine." Waving his hand, Jiang Hai said weakly, "There should be no big problem, just seasickness, but boss, your physical fitness is so good, how can you be seasick?" At this time, Ai Dehua, who was in charge of driving the boat, also came over with a smile. After checking Jiang Hai's situation, he couldn't help but smile. "There is vomit here, and it suddenly attracted a lot of people. Philip, you drive first, I will find some medicine for the boss, just drive slowly." Patting Jiang Hai on the back, Ai Dehua said, "On the boat, it is easy for such things to happen." With the Americans' attitude of cherishing their lives to the point of making one's hair stand on end, they would definitely have brought along a medical kit on the ship. "Okay." While Ai Dehua went to find the medicine box, Philip also took over the steering wheel and began to work. "Wow, Philip, I didn't expect you to be a jack of all trades. You know how to graze and drive a boat. Otherwise, you can follow Uncle Ai Dehua in the future, I will pay you a cruise salary." Lying on the side of the boat, Jiang Hai looked at Philip, who was driving the boat slowly in order to take care of Jiang Hai, and he couldn't help but joke. "Forget it, I'm very happy that you gave me a raise. If I can be at sea all day, I won't be used to it. You know, I'm a person who can't keep my mouth shut, and going to the beach is the loneliest. I don't want to be shut up by Ai Dehua or other bad-tempered sailors forever." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Philip immediately shook his head and said. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also chuckled. He doesn't understand the suffering of sailors. In fact, although sailors earn a lot, it is indeed a very painful thing. Jiang Hai is still okay. If it is some ocean-going fishing boat, it will take 3 to 5 months for them to come back. And during these 3 to 5 months, their living space is on the sea. Most of the time, there is no signal at sea, only satellite phones, and they can't play at any time, so life can be said to be extremely boring. Some crew members directly said that life on the ocean is not even as comfortable as staying in prison. After all, there is no need to work in prison. But the people on the ocean-going fishing boat are very bored in addition to work. There are no women, no TV, no phone, no way to play games, because electricity needs to burn diesel. Who knows what will happen if they encounter something on the sea, so the diesel on the boat can't be used for anything other than sailing. The food they eat is also very simple. They eat fish and vegetables every day, and sometimes some fruits. These are all brought when they go to sea. Eating these every day, their mouth is inevitably bland. So on the ocean-going fishing boat, it can be said that the only entertainment is gambling, but this game shouldn't be played often. After all, they do this job to make money, not to lose money. Therefore, it is understandable that the salary of sailors is high. After all, that kind of life is really difficult. Some busybodies had done some research and found that there were 3 places where homosexuality was most likely to happen: prison, navy, and fishing boats. Compared to the first 2, the probability of true love appearing in the 3rd place was much higher due to the suppression of the level difference. Of course, whether Ai Dehua is gay or not, Jiang Hai doesn't know. His sexual orientation is normal, and that is enough. Obviously, Philip doesn't want to live like this because of a few $100s a week. It is more annoying than killing him. Hey, Philip, I want you to shut up now. Come on, boss. At this time, Ai Dehua came out with a medicine box, opened it, took out some medicine, and gave it to Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai also recognized these medicine. It is some special medicine for motion sickness. After taking it, Jiang Hai took a few deep breaths. He doesn't know if it is a psychological effect, but he really doesn't feel as dizzy as before. Looking at Jiang Hai lying back on the boat, Ai Dehua patted Philip and took over the driver's seat. As for Jiang Hai, after taking the medicine, he felt really comfortable under the winter sun. He fell asleep in a daze. When he woke up, he glanced at his phone. It is already 5:00 in the afternoon, and the sun is already slanting in the sky. Shaking his head, Jiang Hai slowly sat up from the chair. After sleeping for a while, Jiang Hai felt that he has preliminarily adapted to this kind of shaking. At least now, although the boat is still shaking, he doesn't feel nauseous anymore. Boss, you are awake. Seeing Jiang Hai sit up, Philip, who was pulling the net along the boat, saw him and couldn't help but smile. Hearing Philip's words, Jiang Hai also looked at him. At this time, the 2 people on the ship had a clear division of labor. Ai Dehua was steering the ship while Philip was at the side of the ship. He was constantly pulling up small nets from the side of the ship. Inside these nets, there were some small fishes, some small shrimps, and even small crabs. There were also some creatures that Jiang Hai didn't know about. This made Jiang Hai very curious. What are you doing? Standing up from the shaking boat, Jiang Hai walked to Philip's side and asked curiously. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, before Philip could speak, Ai Dehua answered first. This is one of the ways to test the potential of the sea area. I have to admit that you've picked up a ready-made one, boss. Over the years, in order to sell this manor at a good price, the auction company has been artificially protecting the ecological environment and food chain here. Therefore, the ecology of this sea area is really colorful. If it weren't for the fact that it's winter now, I would definitely go into the sea to take a look. That's right. After listening to Ai Dehua's explanation, Jiang Hai couldn't help but smile. If it wasn't for the good environmental protection, he wouldn't have bought it. Don't forget, his body is extremely sensitive to these things. The ecological environment of this sea can be said to be perfect. All the creatures form a biological chain. From the sonar, I can see that there are a total of 4 coral reefs here. The big one is about 10 square kilometers, and the small one is about 3 square kilometers. There is a large number of fish living in it, and there is also a sea grass forest. Although the rest is sand, the quality is good, at least the creatures are very rich. Ai Dehua looked at the fish tank beside him. It was almost full, and he couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Hai also walked over and looked at the tank. This time, he was really shocked because there were a lot of things inside. Most of them were fish. In addition to fish, there were also shrimps, crabs, and a lot of strange things. For example, sea cucumbers, starfish, sea urchins, and a lot of shellfish. He really didn't know how these people caught them. This is something that old fishermen can do. It's not a big deal. Seeing Jiang Hai's curious look, Ai Dehua chuckled and continued to drive the boat. Although he said that it's not a big deal, he was very proud of it. Boss, do you know all these marine products? At this time, Philip also collected the last few cages and poured the things inside while talking to Jiang Hai. But listening to his words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but scratch his head. To be honest, he doesn't know much. I know that this is a starfish, this is a sea urchin, this is a sea cucumber, this is a fish, I have seen this before. This should be a cod, after all, I have been eating it for a long time. This is a clownfish. More or less, this is a spoon. Pointing to the marine products in the tank, Jiang Hai said slowly. But unfortunately, there are dozens of creatures in the tank, but Jiang Hai only knows a few of them. Well, this is right, it's a sea urchin. To be honest, we don't like the taste of this thing very much, but I heard that the people in the East like to eat it. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Philip also put on gloves and started to dig. Europeans almost don't eat sea urchins. The way to eat sea urchins is to eat sea urchin yellow, but in their view, sea urchins are internal organs, so there aren't many people in Europe and America who eat sea urchins. Of course, this is not absolute, there are some people who like to eat it, but Philip and Ai Dehua obviously don't belong to this category. As for sea cucumbers, to be honest, Jiang Hai has a lot of them. Although it's not the most famous plum ginseng, it's only found in the Pacific Ocean and the Indian Ocean. There's no plum ginseng in the Atlantic Ocean, but the Atlantic Ocean has its own unique sea cucumber called the Atlantic ginseng, also known as the Arctic ginseng. Unfortunately, Europeans and Americans don't eat this thing, they just take its internal organs to make medicine. After the internal organs are taken, they will throw the sea cucumber back into the sea. Sea cucumbers can continue to live without internal organs, and it won't take long for them to grow new internal organs, so it can be regarded as a recyclable resource. Today's update has been delivered early, please keep it and recommend it. Chapter 66. Of course, in recent years, Huaxia had become the focus of the food industry. Europeans and Americans had also started to catch sea cucumbers and freeze them before sending them to Huaxia. Sea cucumbers were very popular in Huaxia. But it was obvious that the sea cucumbers Jiang Hai caught were not for sale. Ai Dehua only wanted to check the marine resources, so he did not freeze the sea cucumbers. Instead, he soaked the sea cucumbers in the seawater to prevent them from dissolving. The autolysis of sea cucumbers was mainly due to the fact that their bodies would produce an autolytic enzyme after they left the seawater. Within 6 to 7 hours, the sea cucumbers would melt themselves into a liquid state and turn into water. This was also a legend. Europeans and Americans did not eat sea urchins and sea cucumbers, but Jiang Hai ate them. These things were destined to be his dinner. Other than sea urchins and sea cucumbers, there were also many delicious things left in the tank. Crabs were Jiang Hai's favorite food back in China. However, the price of crabs in China had always been quite expensive. After coming to the United States, he hadn't had the chance to eat it yet. He didn't expect that he would be able to eat it today. There were more than a dozen crabs in the tank. The biggest one was about half a kilogram. Jiang Hai also knew this type of crab. It was the most common type of crab. In China, the crab that was bought was basically the swimming crab. It was because other crabs were either inedible or hard to catch. Crabs are divided into 5 types: walking crabs, swimming crabs, burrowing crabs, hidden crabs, and symbiotic crabs. Big crabs like the famous killer crab are walking crabs. But this type of crab is too big and strong. Also, they only walk under the sea, so it is not easy to catch them. Swimming crabs refer to this type of swimming crab. This is also the only type of swimming crab. It is the only one in the crab family that can swim. There are also many burrowing crabs, but we can also see them on the shore. This type of crab is basically terrestrial or semi-terrestrial. It is very difficult to see them in the deep sea. Look, this is a frog crab, this is a Joanna crab, they are all burrowing crabs. This is a hidden crab, they pretend to be a reef or something. This is a petal crab, it is a hidden crab, but it does not taste good. Symbiotic crabs are not easy to catch. Except for some hermit crabs, there must be some in these shells. Seeing that Jiang Hai seemed to be interested in crabs, Philemon explained with a smile. Although Philemon was a professional cowboy, he also had some understanding of marine creatures. After all, he was a sailor. Seeing that the boss was interested in these things, he started to introduce them to Jiang Hai. After introducing the crabs, he started to introduce the prawns. After all, prawns and crabs were related. There were many types of prawns here. At a glance, there were 6 types. The most common one was a red prawn. This prawn was about 10 centimeters long. Jiang Hai was very familiar with this type of prawn. It was the Arctic ice prawn, also known as the Arctic sweet prawn. It tasted very good. In addition to this type of prawn, there was also a green prawn, which was bigger than the Arctic sweet prawn. This type of prawn was a type of prawn that Jiang Hai had eaten before. Other than this, Jiang Hai also knew about the prawn crawler, also known as the mantis prawn. This type of prawn was not a prawn, and there were many of them in Bing City. You could eat them all year round, and they tasted good. That was why Jiang Hai liked them very much. Other than these 3 types of prawns, there was another type of prawn that Jiang Hai knew. The lobster. It was the legendary Maine lobster. Actually, it was better to call it the Boston lobster. But this lobster was still a small shrimp. From head to tail, it was only about 10 centimeters long. It was not much bigger than a crayfish and probably did not have much meat. Speaking of lobsters, Jiang Hai remembered that he had seen a lot of them the last time he went to the sea. Seems like he will have to go to the sea when he has time. He had bought a farm in Boston, but he had not eaten the specialty of Boston lobster. Jiang Hai felt embarrassed when he told others about it. Other than these prawns that he knew, there were still 3 types that he did not know. Jiang Hai could not help but look at Philemon. There are so many prawns here. Even if we raise some fish now, it won't cause ecological imbalance. Let me introduce these 3 kinds of prawns to you, boss. This kind of long prawn is called spotted prawn, also known as Japanese prawn. It's a kind of prawn and is distributed all over the world. It's also the largest prawn. This one is about 24 or 25 centimeters long, which is already mature. The largest one is more than 30 centimeters long, but its meat is average and not as delicious as Arctic sweet prawn. Sure enough, Philemon did not disappoint Jiang Hai. Under Jiang Hai's gaze, Philemon picked up a large prawn that looked like it had tiger stripes. It was segmented and looked like it had tiger stripes. Philemon explained to Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai had seen this type of prawn in the seafood market before. But it was too expensive. In Bing City's seafood market, a caddy of live green prawns was only about 20 renminbi. But a caddy of dead prawns could be sold for more than 40 renminbi. But this type of prawn could be sold for more than 50 renminbi per caddy. But this type of prawn could also be found in this fishery. After putting down the prawn, Philemon picked up another thing. But this thing looked more like a worm than a prawn. This is called cicada prawn. It is a type of prawn. But it is very small and doesn't taste good. There is not much meat. Playing with the prawn in front of him, Philemon said with a smile. This is eagle prawn. It is said that this type of prawn existed in the Jurassic period. So there is a genus called Jurassic prawn. But that is Australian prawn. We only have this type of prawn. It is also very small and doesn't have much meat. After putting down the prawn that looked more like a worm, Philemon picked up the last type of prawn that Jiang Hai didn't know and said to Jiang Hai. And this type of prawn. In fact, most of these prawns are used as food. Only this type of prawn is the most important. After putting down the prawn, Philemon looked at the mantis prawn. I know. This is mantis prawn. We also have it in our country. It tastes good. Hearing Philemon's words, Jiang Hai immediately said. Huaxia people eat it. Well, Huaxia people seem to eat everything. This is a kind of cleaning prawn. We basically don't eat it here. This kind of prawn swims very fast and will eat dead fish, prawns, and crabs. It is the hero of keeping the bottom of the sea clean. Playing with the mantis prawn in his hand, Philemon also said with a smile. Obviously, maybe because of his golden finger, Jiang Hai is obviously more concerned about the sea than the ranch. He also knows more about aquatic animals. He also knows about the cleaning prawn. Other prawns are eaten by fish, but this kind of prawn is protected by fish. This kind of prawn is the doctor of the sea. It specializes in curing sick fish and is very famous in the sea. But whether it is Peter rock prawn, hedgehog prawn, yellow hedgehog prawn, Kalia whip prawn, etc., these prawns are all temperate and tropical prawns. In the cold zone, at least Jiang Hai doesn't have them. Jiang Hai doesn't quite understand this. In fact, this is very easy to explain. Because it is located here and the water temperature is very cold. Therefore, aquatic creatures are not as prone to diseases as temperate and tropical creatures. And even if they are sick, survival of the fittest will not matter. After all, there are only a few of them, and the mantis prawns will dispose of their bodies to complete the ecological cycle. The thing that Jiang Hai thought was a sea intestine wasn't actually a sea intestine, but a sea eel. The sea eel itself wasn't delicious, but its close relative, the seven-gill eel, was a very good food ingredient, although both looked equally disgusting. There is also a kind of creature called sea rabbit, also known as sea slug. To be honest, this thing also looks disgusting. After introducing the prawns and crabs, Philemon began to introduce the most important thing, fish. But after all, this place isn't a farm yet. Therefore, many of the fish caught here can't be eaten. This is because most of them are fish caught in the coral zone. The so-called sparrow bream fish, you might not understand, but to put it another way, clownfish. Clownfish is also a type of sparrow bream. Basically, any coral fish or sea anemone fish is a type of sparrow bream. This kind of fish can be found not only in temperate and tropical zones, but also in cold zones. It's just that they don't come out in winter. In addition to this kind of fish that can't be eaten, there are a lot of edible fish here. The main ones are cod, herring, and some sardines, which Jiang Hai knows. There is also a kind of ugly fish, which Philemon told Jiang Hai is grouper. But because this kind of fish mainly lives in temperate and tropical zones, there aren't many of them in the fish farm here. Therefore, the one that was caught wasn't big, it was only slightly bigger than a palm. Jiang Hai grabbed it and found that it was about a catty, less than 2 catties. For a grouper, this kind of body is still at the kindergarten level. In addition to these fish, there are many other kinds of fish, such as bonito, stingray, barracuda, American red snapper, and so on. There are dozens of species here. When Philemon started talking, Jiang Hai was still paying attention, but he soon became distracted. Just as he was distracted, he suddenly saw a large spider jump out of the water trough and begin to crawl quickly. Seeing this, Jiang Hai subconsciously reached out to grab the spider, but Philemon grabbed his hand faster. Seeing Philemon's action, Jiang Hai was stunned. He knew that Philemon wouldn't grab him for no reason, so after looking at Philemon, he withdrew his hand. After confirming that Jiang Hai left the spider-like creature, Philemon sighed in relief. "Boss, it looks like your underwater world is really good, you even have sea spiders." Picking up a wooden plank, Philemon first took the spider-like thing out of the trough. Then he stepped on it and threw it back into the sea. Hearing Philemon's words, Jiang Hai's brows wrinkled. Sea spider. Spiders can also live in the sea. In fact, although sea spiders are called spiders, they are actually crabs. But don't think that crabs are easy to bully. This kind of creature is called the underwater poison king, it's not just for show. Second update, continuous delivery. Chapter 67. Just a little bit of this thing's venom is enough to kill all of us on board. After rinsing the wooden board with seawater and putting it back in the cabin, Philemon said with a smile. In fact, under the sea, just like on land, there are poisonous creatures everywhere. Not only are there poisonous sea snakes, jellyfish, sea anemones, and many other poisonous fishes. Some are poisonous because of their meat, some are poisonous because of their eggs, some are poisonous because of the thorns on their fins, some are poisonous because of their internal organs, and some are poisonous because of their blood. In Huaxia alone, there are more than 100 kinds of poisonous fish. In comparison, the Atlantic Ocean is slightly more peaceful than the Pacific Ocean. There are many creatures that you don't know are poisonous, but in fact, they are poisonous. For example, catfish. There are 3,000 kinds of catfish in the world, but more than half of them are poisonous. Who knows? There are also many poisonous fishes. Not to mention the river otter and the spiny centipede, other fishes such as the zhanqing, draco, dufu, and so on are poisonous. So if you don't know about marine life, it is really dangerous to go into the sea. In fact, there weren't too many shark attacks every year. Except for the crazy tiger shark, very few sharks would add humans into their diet. Therefore, the number of people who died from shark attacks every year was much less than the number of people who were killed by these poisonous marine creatures. So since they decided to go into the sea, Jiang Hai listened very carefully. After all, this is about his life. Everyone knows that Jiang Hai has no special characteristics, but he cherishes his life. While introducing and sailing the boat, unknowingly, the land in the distance has been faintly visible. At this time, Ai Dehua also stopped the boat. Jiang Hai saw his action and couldn't help but be stunned. What's the use of stopping the boat in this place? Come, let's sort it out. Ignoring Jiang Hai's doubts, Ai Dehua looked at Philemon and said. Hearing Ai Dehua's words, Philemon immediately put on his clothes, put on his gloves, and started sorting. Although the main purpose of this trip was to check the nearby marine resources, some of the marine products in this tank were edible and some of them were inedible. They couldn't take all of them back. The inedible ones were thrown back into the sea, and the edible ones were left behind. Of course, the dead ones were also thrown away. They wouldn't eat the stale ones. Listening to the words of these two, Jiang Hai muttered in his heart that they were a prodigal son, but he also followed them to sort out the items. However, his main targets were the sea cucumbers and sea urchins. Right, there were also the crabs. These people wouldn't eat the first two, so he couldn't ask them to throw them away. For Jiang Hai, these things were just for fun. As for crabs, although Europeans and Americans ate them, it was really wasteful for them to eat crabs. Basically, they only ate walking crabs because the meat in their legs was thick. As for the insides of the crabs, they were not willing to eat them. At this moment, Jiang Hai didn't say much. He went to the tank and picked out the crabs, sea cucumbers, and sea urchins. Seeing Jiang Hai's action, Ai Dehua and Philomen also laughed. They don't know what's so good about these things. Compared to Jiang Hai picking these things, they are more interested in fish. But they are not picking the fish to eat, they are picking the fish to throw away. They don't eat all the bream fish, they can't eat it, they can't say which fish is poisonous. So all the clownfish, glossy gill fish, damselfish fish, blue bream, bright blue bream, and so on, these valuable fish in the domestic ornamental fish market, are thrown away by them. Then some fish smaller than 15 centimeters are also thrown away, including the grouper. For them, such small fish is not necessary to eat. But for Jiang Hai, it is really a waste. After all, such a big fish is already a commodity fish that can be sold in China. But in Europe and America, it is still a fish fry. He doesn't know when he can eat the grouper. Fortunately, a lot of fish were prepared to be thrown away, but there were still a lot of fish left in the tank. These fish were basically more than 20 centimeters long. There were common cod, herring, and bonito, which was actually a type of tuna, but it was the least valuable one. There was also red snapper, which was more common in the coastal waters. It was more common in the Pacific Ocean, and slightly less in the Atlantic Ocean. It was considered a type of sea bass, and it tasted pretty good. There was also mullet, which was called mullet in China. Generally speaking, there are three best things in caviar: salmon roe, sturgeon roe, and mullet roe. The mullet refers to this kind of mullet. This kind of fish can be found everywhere in the Atlantic and Pacific Ocean, but it belongs to the temperate zone. If it wasn't for the oceanic climate in Boston, it is estimated that these fish would have migrated south long ago. When picking these fish, they naturally threw away the fish that they don't want. Their actions also attracted the attention of several birds in the sky. With the sound of birds chirping, these birds also flew straight from the sky. They went to pick up the small fish that Ai Dehua and Philip threw away. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hai was shocked. Aren't these birds afraid of people? Looking at the birds that kept wandering above the boat, Jiang Hai said strangely. Naturally, they are not afraid. No one will catch them here. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Philip also said with a smile. These seabirds are the friends of our sailors. Not only can they help us relieve boredom, but the most important thing is that where there are seabirds, there is land. If there is land, there is fresh water and food. In this way, we can be protected at sea, so our relationship with seabirds is still very good. Seeing Jiang Hai's puzzled expression, Ai Dehua also said with a smile. Then he threw the fish at a higher height and threw it towards the seabirds. Moreover, Americans have a lot of feelings for seabirds. I think Boss also knows that our national bird is the bald sea eagle. Here, we have a special feeling for sea eagles. It is said that in the middle of the last century, European and American ladies like to put sea eagle feathers on their hats. Because of this, sea eagles were on the verge of extinction. Later, the women in Boston established an association to protect sea eagles. Later on, when San Diego, Utah was developed, there was a locust plague there. Fortunately, sea eagles flew there and ate all the locusts, allowing the first batch of immigrants to survive. So here, these little guys are our friends. After Ai Dehua finished speaking, Philip hurriedly said, "It seems that this guy really can't stop talking. What kind of seabirds are these, sea eagles?" After listening to their introduction, Jiang Hai was also very interested. He picked up a small fish and threw it into the air. Soon, this small fish was picked up by a seabird in the air and flew away quickly. "No, this is a puffin. Hi-oh is a bit bigger than them. There are puffins in the woods of our manor, but I haven't seen them in a while." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Philip introduced them. "No, there are still a few. Look at those, they are obviously bigger. They are sea eagles. Their scientific name is Arctic seagull." After Philip finished speaking, Ai Dehua chuckled and pointed to a few bigger seabirds in the group and said to Jiang Hai with a smile. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also looked over. Sure enough, there were a few bigger seabirds over there. Compared to the puffins, these seabirds were much more overbearing. When there is a fish, they will immediately grab it. If they can't grab it, they will start to snatch the fish from the mouths of other puffins. They look just like robbers. But in nature, the weak are prey to the strong. Not to mention snatching a piece of meat, even if they want to eat you, they still have to endure. This is the law of nature. Jiang Hai wasn't a good person. He didn't want to drive away these sea eagles, so he just increased the strength of his throw. For a while, feeding these seabirds was very interesting. When Ai Dehua saw Jiang Hai's actions, he also deliberately slowed down his movements. Since Jiang Hai is willing to play, then he will leave more for the boss. Call. But just when Jiang Hai was having fun, suddenly, in the distant sky, a crisp chirping sound was heard. With this chirping sound, the seabirds that were still surrounding the ship instantly flew away, scattering like birds and beasts. After the birds flew away, Jiang Hai saw two small black dots high up in the sky, one in front and one behind, chasing each other. With his eyesight, he could only see two birds, but he didn't know what kind of birds they were. It seems to be an albatross and a sea eagle. At this time, Philip, who was next to him, took out his binoculars and glanced at it with some doubts. But he didn't feel confident when he said this, because albatrosses are birds from the south. He often saw them when he was sailing in California, but in the North District, especially in Boston, they are not common here. Even if they can be seen, it's only in summer. Now it's winter, these birds probably went to the south for the winter. After all, he is not a fisherman, so he can only be sure that the bird behind should be a sea eagle, but he is not sure about the one in front. It's an albatross. Except for this kind of bird, no other bird has a wingspan that is so much larger than a sea eagle. It seems that this bird should have something to do, so it didn't go to the south for the winter. Compared to Philip, Ai Dehua, who has been dealing with the sea for most of his life, said with certainty after a glance. While the three of them were watching, the two birds were like two sharp arrows, piercing the sky and disappearing into the distance. Since the birds have disappeared, the three of them turned their eyes back again. Since there are no more seabirds to feed here, they are too lazy to throw them away one by one. After all, it's already late, and the sun is almost a third of the way down. They don't have time to dawdle anymore. Jiang Hai and Philip directly lifted the tank with the unwanted fish and poured it directly into the sea. At this time, a dorsal fin was erected. It's Thursday, I don't know if there will be any recommendations next week. This week's recommendations are really bad. Of course, this has something to do with Xiao Fei. Forget it, I hope the editor can give me a better recommendation. Today's updates are continuously delivered. Chapter 68. Sharks. Jiang Hai's current 5 senses can be said to be the limit of human beings. The moment the shark fin broke the water, Jiang Hai had already noticed it and shouted immediately. Hearing his words, Philip next to him was also shocked. But when he looked at the shark's fin in the distance, he couldn't help but sigh and continue to pour the fish. And the sharks on this side, after smelling the fish, also rushed over and began to eat in big mouthfuls. Ah, it's dangerous. Seeing Philip continue to pour the shark's fin, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be stunned and whispered. Boss, don't be afraid, that's a reef shark. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Ai Dehua on the other side said with a smile. Reef shark. Hearing what Ai Dehua said, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be stunned, then looked at him. Boss, in fact, people who often sail the sea know that sharks are indeed very fierce, but in fact, there are only a few kinds of sharks that we mainly guard against. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Philip, who had finished pouring the fish at this time, also said with a smile. There are a total of 368 kinds of sharks in the world. Of course, this is not absolute, but these are the ones that are now recorded. Among these sharks, there are only 7 kinds that will take the initiative to attack people. The most famous are the 3 major sharks. The great white shark, also known as the man-eating shark, is the largest carnivorous fish in the world with powerful attack power. The second is the tiger shark family, followed by the hammerhead shark, known as the double hammerhead shark. These 3 sharks are known as the 3 sharks that like to attack humans the most. In addition, there are also sharks that threaten humans in the sea, such as bull shark, white-tip shark, black-tip shark, black-winged true shark, and sharp-snout mackerel. Basically, there are only 7 kinds of sharks that threaten humans in the sea. Apart from the crazy tiger shark, most of the other sharks that attacked humans were mistakenly killed, more than 90% of them. Because when humans surfboard on the beach, looking up from the bottom of the sea, they look like the food of sharks. Therefore, at this time, sharks often came out to attack humans, but most of the time, like the great white shark, if it felt something wrong with its bite, it would swim away. Therefore, many people were attacked by great white sharks, but there were also many people who survived. Double hammerhead sharks had a bad temper. Although they were not like tiger sharks, who would kill you the moment they saw you, it mainly depended on their mood. If they were in a good mood, they would swim away directly. If they were in a bad mood, they would come and kill you. There was nothing to say about this. The remaining sharks were not very large. The bull shark could grow up to 3.5 meters, the sharp-snout mackerel could grow up to 4 meters, the white-tip shark could grow up to 2 meters, and the black-winged true shark was only a meter long. Therefore, this kind of shark could be considered a pet shark. In addition to these 7 types of sharks, the remaining shark that injured the most people were nurse sharks. However, everyone knew that nurse sharks didn't eat people, and they didn't have any attack power. However, it was clear after looking at the file. These nurse sharks only hurt humans when humans dived into the water to harass them. It was like teasing a dog. Even a dog would bite you if it was provoked, let alone a shark. This was their own death, and they couldn't blame others. The reef shark that Ai Dehua mentioned was actually not referring to a kind of shark, but a general term. In the world, there was only one real reef shark, the Caribbean reef shark. The reef shark in his mouth referred to some sharks that relied on coral reefs to survive, such as lemon shark, grinder shark, also known as nurse shark, wrinkled shark, tiger shark, cat shark, dog shark, sand tiger shark, and so on. The shark that floated up now was also a kind of reef shark. The lemon shark's attack power was okay, but it basically wouldn't attack humans, especially when people were still on the boat. Although Jiang Hai's open boat was not big, it was definitely not small. However, it was definitely not small. It was far from being comparable to a shark that was only about 2 meters long. Boss, if you meet a shark while playing underwater, the best way is to take a long detour. However, if this shark attacks you, don't panic. If you have a weapon, just kill it. If not, punch its nose and eyes with your fist. Actually, sharks are very timid, just like their family Muricidae. Their courage is not much greater than that of rats. Philemon explained with a smile as he cleaned the fish trough in the seawater. After eating the remaining small fish, the lemon shark slowly swam away. Seeing his movements, Jiang Hai couldn't help but remember that the last time he went into the sea, he saw this thing. It turned out that it was not a threat to him. It seems that his idea of catching lobsters can be carried out in advance. On second thought, he seemed to have caught a shark about the same size as this one. By the way, what about the shark I caught? Is it dead? Looking at the lemon shark that had swam away, Jiang Hai couldn't help but ask Ai Dehua. In fact, if he didn't see this shark today, he would have almost forgotten about it. That shark is still alive. It's living very well. Sometimes Robbins and I will bring some meat that we don't eat and feed it. It is still living very well in the pool. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Ai Dehua on the other side also said to Jiang Hai with a smile. Hearing what he said, Jiang Hai couldn't help but nod. Now rich people are used to raising sharks. Should he also raise a few of them? To be honest, raising sharks is really impressive, and the most important thing is that it is quite easy for him to raise sharks now. Seawater doesn't need money to buy, and sharks don't need money to buy. In his sea area, there are dozens if not hundreds. He just needs to catch them. The only thing he needs to pay for is the money for the fish tank, and the most important thing is that if he uses his blood to tame these sharks, he can play in the sea. How cool would it be? Others drive motorboats while he rides sharks, how awesome would that be? Thinking of this, Jiang Hai was even more interested in the sand tiger shark on his shore. As the open boat slowly drove back to the dock, Ai Dehua and Philemon also carried a huge tank out. This is what they sorted out and can eat. As for Jiang Hai, he also has a tank. This is what he picked up for himself. It is filled with sea cucumbers, sea urchins, all kinds of shrimps, and big crabs. They are all good things, but Europeans and Americans don't eat sea cucumbers and sea urchins, so it doesn't matter if Jiang Hai eats them alone. As for shrimps and crabs, although these people eat them, they obviously won't fight with the boss for them. In their opinion, eating fish is much better than eating these troublesome things. After setting up the tank, they drove their own all-terrain vehicles back to the residential area. After Jiang Hai went back, he went to a bathroom in his villa and separated the things in it. Then he took a large piece of beef and went to the forest to look at the sand tiger shark. Although Jiang Hai has only seen this sand tiger shark once, it has eaten a squid stained with Jiang Hai's blood. So when Jiang Hai went to look at it, it clearly recognized Jiang Hai and suddenly sped up underwater. It seems that sharks can also be tamed. Seeing the sand tiger shark's obviously excited expression, Jiang Hai chuckled and put another drop of blood on the beef in his hand. Then he threw the beef into the pool. Bang! As soon as the beef entered the water, the sand tiger shark's sense of smell, which is much more sensitive than a dog's, smelled the beef and blood immediately. It rushed out, bit the beef in its mouth, and even jumped out of the pool. The seawater in the pool was all over Jiang Hai's head, but Jiang Hai didn't care. Instead, he laughed. Looking at the shark that fell back into the pool and wandered back and forth, Jiang Hai said with a smile, "Stay here. I will come to see you when I have time. When the time is right, I will put you back into the sea. Then he used the bag he wore to fill a large bag with seawater and returned to his room. He didn't forget that sea cucumbers and sea urchins are all marine creatures and need to be raised with seawater. After settling everything, Jiang Hai also received a call from Philemon, telling him that dinner was ready. Jiang Hai heard what Philemon said and didn't say much. He went directly to his house. Today is another party, a party focused on fish dishes. Tomorrow is another party to kill cows. To be honest, Jiang Hai likes this kind of life very much. He doesn't have to worry about food or drink. He plays all day long and has nothing to worry about. He gathers every few days. Seeing that his manner is gradually going on the right track, the smile on Jiang Hai's face became more and more intense. Although he spent a lot of money, it is also a rare thing for Jiang Hai to be so happy. But at this time, Jiang Hai is happy, but there are also many people who are upset. For example, at this time in Boston, Sheeta Law Firm. Mr. Adams, can you give me 5 minutes, please? Moses Adams, the top lawyer of Sheeta Law Firm, is 42 years old this year. He entered the industry 20 years ago and has fought 912 cases in his life, winning 713 cases. The cases he lost were because of irrefutable evidence, but he also minimized the losses of the parties. Otherwise, he wouldn't have easily become the third in the Sheeta Law Firm in Boston. For ordinary lawyers, the average income is about $100,000 a year, but for Moses Adams, his annual income is at least $1 million. However, he recently received a big job from a big manor owner. If this job is done well, not only will he have a lot of income, but also the greatest reputation in the industry. After all, this time, he is suing the entire state police system. Although the evidence is somewhat insufficient, he is doing very well now. In just a few days, there is even a rumor that the Massachusetts state government is preparing to fire all the police in the Winthrop Police Department, and then transfer people to take charge. This is a big progress, and at this time, many people can't sit still. Today's second update is continuously delivered. Chapter 69. Mr. Smith, I think I've made myself clear. It's not that I don't want to help, but that I don't have the means or position to help you. I'm a lawyer. To be precise, I'm just a weapon in my client's hand. How to deal with you doesn't depend on me, but on my client. I just need to be a good legal weapon. Looking at the old man in front of him, Moses Adams chuckled. Hearing his words, the old man couldn't help but be speechless. I understand. It's our responsibility that Mr. Jiang Hai encountered such a thing, but to replace everyone in the police station is a bit too much. They are all good police officers. The middle-aged man clenched his fist and said loudly. Would good police officers blackmail the plaintiff? Moses Adams pushed up the glasses on his face and said with disdain. No, that's just an accident. There are only a few bad guys. According to Hua Xiao's words, this is called a black sheep. But most police officers are still good people. They are doing their job to maintain the security of the town. Hearing Moses Adams' rebuttal, the old man couldn't help but speak loudly. Then you should talk to the black sheep. It's useless to talk to me. Since it has already happened, all I need to do is to fight this lawsuit well. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Moses Adams said indifferently. I beg you, I really beg you. Me, the deputy director, and Byron will be in charge of this. They can't not have this job. Vickis has been a police officer for more than 40 years. He will retire in a year. Prius's son has just been born. He's not even 1 year old yet. He needs this job. Pals and Vera are getting married next month. I don't want to receive a resignation letter at their wedding. And Luen, Boffa, Chris, Werther. Please be magnanimous and let them go. Looking at Moses Adams in front of him, the old man was clearly very agitated and said loudly, I don't have the final say in this matter. You have to look for my boss. Looking at the old man who was about to kneel in front of him, Moses Adams couldn't help but be stunned. In fact, in essence, most lawyers' consciences had been eaten by dogs. The only thing they needed to do was not to uphold justice, but to defend their clients. However, Moses Adams still had a conscience. When he took on the task, he would more or less consider the severity of the matter. To be honest, Jiang Hai's case was very bad. Of course, he was referring to the other party. Kidnapping and murder. When he convicted those hooligans, he was not soft-hearted at all. They deserved it. However, when dealing with these policemen, he was a little hesitant. This was because these policemen, other than a few people, most of them might really not know. If they were to eat all of them, it would indeed be a little troublesome. But as Jiang Hai's lawyer, the only thing he needed to do was to convince himself that these people must have known and participated in this. But after all, when he came here, it was already the second half of the year. In other words, the Green Forest had already existed for more than half a year. Even if he wanted to change the name, he would have to wait until April 15th next year. As for April 15th next year, what was the meaning of that? As long as you asked anyone in the United States, they would tell you that it was a disaster day. To be precise, it was the day to file taxes. Although Green Forest did not produce this year, the land use tax that should be paid still had to be paid. Jiang Hai was ready. After April 15th next year, he would change the name of his manor. As for what to change it to, he had not thought about it yet. His initial idea was to change it to Soaring Dragon Manor, but it was a little chunibu. As it turned out, Jiang Hai really did not have a talent for naming. After verifying his identity, the Lexus drove all the way to the residential area of the manor. Not long after, they arrived in front of the parking lot in the distance. Moses Adams saw Jiang Hai from afar. At this time, he was lying in front of the largest villa. Beside him were 2 dogs and a horse, but the horse was a little big. Hey, Mr. Jiang, you are in a good mood. Are you still sunbathing? The car stopped, and the 4 people got out together. Moses Adams walked in front and walked towards Jiang Hai with a smile. Although he was usually a man of few words and smiles, in the face of his god of fortune, he still knew to greet him with a smile. Ahem, it's okay. Hearing Moses Adams' words, Jiang Hai also stood up from the recliner that Robin specially made in order to please him, and said to Moses Adams with a slightly embarrassed expression. In fact, he also had an activity today. He was going to watch the slaughter of cows. This was booked yesterday, but he still overestimated his adaptability. At first, he was quite happy when he watched the cows being caught and tied up. But when the white knife went in and the red knife came out and began to bleed, he could not stand it anymore. He rolled and crawled away, lying on the side and vomiting. In the end, he decided not to watch it. Not only did he not want to watch it, but he also did not want the 2 dogs to watch it. Of course, in the end, he thought about it and brought the Sharma horse over. It was the first time he walked it. Just now, when he was lying here, he was thinking about what to call this horse. According to the attitude of naming Xiao Bai and Xiao Huang, if it really did not work, he would just call it Xiao Xia. From this, it was really obvious that Jiang Hai was really not suitable for naming. You came here in that car. You didn't die from the bumpy ride. After shaking hands with Moses Adams, Jiang Hai glanced at Penelope behind him and then retracted his gaze. He only glanced at the beauty of the 2 men, who would be interested in her. Compared to knowing these people, he was more interested in Moses Adams not dying from the bumpy ride. After all, he was still very clear about the road in front of his door. It was difficult to drive a four-wheeled motorcycle. Usually, he could only drive a pickup truck. Of course, if it was an off-road vehicle, it was also fine. He really had not tried a car. Boss, you just came to the United States. Maybe you are not too familiar with our customs here. Generally speaking, if the family is not very short of money, the average family will have 3 cars, a car, a sedan off-road vehicle, and an MPV. The MPV is for the family to go out together. The off-road vehicle is for us to drive when we go out to play. But no matter if it is to pick someone up or what, it must be a car. This is the respect for others. Other cars, no matter how expensive they are not allowed. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Moses Adams also laughed. He had seen many Huaxia rich people like Jiang Hai. He also knew that in Huaxia, the strength of the car evaluation was actually based on the amount of money, not the function of the car. This was also the difference between the East and the West. In Moses Adams' view, to talk about business, he had to drive this car. Today's update was sent to everyone. Little Faye had something to do tonight, so it was set to a time limit. Please support and bookmark it. Chapter 70. Let's talk inside. After exchanging a few pleasantries with them, Jiang Hai raised his hand and said to them. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, everyone did not say much and directly followed Jiang Hai into the house. As for the 2 dogs and the big horse, Jiang Hai let them play. Compared to Xiao Bai and little Xia who went to play directly, Xiao Huang hesitated. Although he only went to play, he did not go far. Instead, he stayed at the door. If anything happened, he could directly go in and help Jiang Hai. Of course, no one knew what he was thinking, but Jiang Hai vaguely felt that this dog was really extraordinarily loyal. Jiang Hai was comforted. The group walked into Jiang Hai's villa and did not go anywhere else. Instead, they sat down directly in the living room. Jiang Hai personally went to the wine cabinet next to him to get some drinks. After asking, Moses Adams wanted to drink red wine. The girl who came with him only asked for orange juice. The old man, like Jiang Hai, asked for a can of beer. As for the driver, he did not dare to drink while driving, so he also asked for a drink. I'm here this time mainly to report to you about the progress of the lawsuit. After everyone sat down, Moses Adams took a bag from the girl next to him. After opening it, there were some documents inside. He took out a stack of them and handed it to Jiang Hai. Although Jiang Hai was now possessed by the dragon spirit and had developed a lot in terms of intelligence, he still did not want to study. But in general, he was still unwilling to learn. If it was related to his manner, then he could calm down and take a look. But for things like this, he really could not calm down. He just took a simple look. It was mainly written about the conviction report of those people. These people were prosecuted by Moses Adams on 4 charges: attempted kidnapping, attempted murder, extortion, and malicious wounding. Of these 4 charges, 3 of them had passed the trial of the court: attempted kidnapping, attempted murder, and extortion. As for malicious wounding, it was not established because it seemed that these people were more seriously injured. However, these 3 sentences alone were not light sentences. The first was Faraday Wilson, and the other was Solomon Dury. Both of them were sentenced to 76 months in prison. 72 months was 6 years, which was 6 years, which was 6 years and 4 months. The others were basically sentenced to more than 5 years in prison. To be honest, Jiang Hai felt that it was a little light. However, Jiang Hai did not have the final say. This was only his subjective intention. If it was Jiang Hai who judged these people who wanted to kill him, it would not be too much to just shoot them directly. Unfortunately, the 4 charges mentioned above were not officially established. Kidnapping was only an attempt, attempted murder, and extortion were actually just words. These were already extremely heavy sentences, so even if Jiang Hai was unhappy, he could only accept it. What? Bribe others to go to prison and kill these guys? Jiang Hai thought about it, but it was just a thought. He had just arrived here and was unfamiliar with this place. He was not prepared to put himself in prison again because of something. That would be too much of a loss. The second thing is the lawsuit against the police organization here. Because of this, we can't do anything about the state and city police stations. We can only arrest the county police station. The policeman who blackmailed you was also arrested. He will probably be sentenced to about 3 years in prison. His superior is the deputy chief of the police station. He will probably be sentenced to about 3 years in prison. As Moses Adams spoke, he winked at the old man sitting next to him. So when he finished speaking, the old man had already stood up. Mr. Jiang Hai, hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Morris Smith, the chief of our Winthrop Police Department. I came to visit you before, but you didn't see me. This time, I shamelessly asked Mr. Moses Adams to come here. I just want to ask you, can this matter end here? Looking at Jiang Hai, the old man said with a sincere face. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai could not help but frown slightly. What do the higher-ups of this country mean? Ignoring the old man next to him, Jiang Hai said to Moses Adams. Other than these 2 judges, everyone else will be removed from their duties and transferred over from other places. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Moses Adams said with a serious face. The police in the United States are mainly divided into 3 levels: federal, state, and city and county. The federal and state police exercise the powers granted by the federal and state respectively. The powers of the police below the state level are determined by the state itself. In other words, in addition to the federal police, state police, city police, county police, and even private security have no subordinate relationship with the federal government. They are directly led by the local government. Unless there is a major case, no one can control each other. This is the same as the President and Governor of the United States. The President is elected by the people of the United States, and the Governor is elected by the people of the state. In the legal position of each state, the Governor and the President are equal. It is not that you are the President and I am the Governor, so I am one level lower than you. This does not exist in the United States. Therefore, although this case alarmed the FBA, after all, this is also an international scandal, but after confirming that this matter will not be upgraded to an international status, this matter was transferred to the state government to solve it. After the state government investigated the case, they found out that the man was lying. Strictly speaking, this matter has nothing to do with the state and the city. It is just a problem with the police station in Winthrop Town. Generally speaking, to deal with such matters in the United States, they will directly deal with the people under them. But Jiang Hai's identity is different. He is a rich man, so the state government decided to give face to Jiang Hai and replace all of them. Please, let's stop here. To put it bluntly, this matter is entirely the personal behavior of those 2 guys. It has nothing to do with others. If they are replaced, then these people will have a dark history on their resumes. It will be troublesome if they want to find a job in the future. Hearing Moses Adams's words, the old man on the other side begged helplessly. Why should I stop it here? How do you know that these people did not receive dirty money? Is it because if I don't have money and such power, I should be receiving dirty money when I come here? Do I deserve it? Who did I offend? This time, it will be a lesson for you. In the future, keep an eye on the people around you. Don't think that you can ignore this matter because it has nothing to do with you. Even if you know about it, you will be implicated. If it was a normal person with a Virgin Mary character, seeing the old man begging him like this, he might have been soft-hearted. But unfortunately, Jiang Hai did not have such thoughts. Although he was not a bad person, he was never a good person either. He did not believe that no one knew that these two people were receiving dirty money when they were all in the same police station. These people definitely knew, but since they did not say anything, then they had to bear the responsibility of such a matter. What do you mean by letting people off when possible? What do you mean by turning a big problem into a small one and turning a small one into nothing? What do you mean by helping others? Sympathizing with others. Why didn't these people have this kind of helping others in the past? Why didn't these people sympathize with others? When others were suffering, they were watching the fun from the side. Everyone was sweeping the snow in front of their own door. Moen had frost on the roof, and now he still wanted others to sympathize with him. At least for Jiang Hai, it did not exist. It was impossible. It could be said that he had a heart of stone, but he just wanted to remind these people not to think that these matters had nothing to do with them. Who knows when these misfortunes would fall on him? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the old man's face could not help but be a little distressed. He knew that although Jiang Hai was a little too ruthless, he did not do anything wrong. This was a responsibility that he could use, so he had nothing to say. "Boss, take a look at this first." Seeing that the situation was a little stiff for a moment, Moses Adams took out a piece of paper from the stack of papers given to Jiang Hai and gave it to Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai was originally in a fit of anger, but when he saw what was written on the paper in front of him, he was stunned for a moment. It was because on this piece of paper, there was a statement of intent. The statement of intent was issued by Winthrop Town. It said that it was to support Jiang Hai, the owner of the big manor, in the local brand effect. It could decide to exempt Jiang Hai from 0.2% of the land use tax every year. In other words, he would only need to pay 1% in the future. At the same time, when Jiang Hai bought fish, fry, fish feed, cow feed, and cattle, he would be able to enjoy a 1.3% subsidy from the government. In other words, the 20 million that Jiang Hai spent on cattle could be made up for 260,000, and the land use tax would be reduced from 330 years to 2,800,000 annually. Adding it all together, there was still money left for the fry and feed in the future. In other words, it would save him about $1 million every year. However, it was obvious that this statement of intent was only a draft at this time. Needless to say, Jiang Hai also understood that this was also the intention of the Winthrop Town Hall to smooth over this matter. If Jiang Hai continued to pursue this matter, he would naturally not be able to enjoy the benefits of this town. Glancing at Moses Adams, Jiang Hai could tell what he was thinking from his eyes. Moses Adams had probably received this letter of intent first. When the old man came to beg him, he also wanted to hide it, so he decided that when he came this time, he would show it to Jiang Hai together. To put it bluntly, he was just a lawyer. As for the specifics, it was still up to Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai looked at the letter of intent and hesitated. On one hand, he could vent almost 70% of his anger in one breath. On the other hand, there was the annual benefits of $1 million, the gratitude of all the police officers, and the goodwill of the town hall. Although Jiang Hai was a person who could get carried away easily sometimes, he was not a fool. After hesitating for about 5 minutes, Jiang Hai handed the piece of paper in his hand to Moses Adams. Moses Adams also chuckled. It seemed that Jiang Hai understood. Since those two guys have been arrested, this matter will end here. I don't need you to resign. I heard that you're about to retire, so let's leave it at that for now. However, I won't give up my right to pursue this matter. I think you understand what I'm saying.
Asterisk 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 asterisk. Today's second update was delivered consecutively. Chapter 71. $1 million was a small matter. The relationship with the local government was what Jiang Hai valued the most. Of course, if he could save $1 million, he would save it. This time, Jiang Hai understood that he was doing the local government a favor. This was because in the United States, the local governments were not unified. Especially the county governments, there were a lot of shenanigans in there. In the United States, the most powerful department was neither the FBI nor the CIA. It was also not the United States Internal Revenue Service, which was known as the Sword of Damocles. It was the county police. According to the laws of the United States, the director of the county police station was elected by the local government. Not only was it independent of the local government, but it also had the functions of the criminal, judicial, and judicial system in one body. In other words, they were the ones who arrested people, and they were also the ones who sentenced you in court. Therefore, after being arrested by the county police, they were sentenced very quickly because they did not have to face other judges and juries. They were the judges and juries, and even the prison was under their control. With such a highly centralized department, it would be really troublesome if the county government was not firmly in their hands. If they really let the state government send someone else to manage the county police station and give them some work every now and then, the county government would probably have a headache. Therefore, they deliberately sent such a message to Moses Adams. Obviously, they were much more sensible than this old man. What was the use of just begging Jiang Hai? If you did not have enough sincerity, you would not be able to open the hearts of capitalists like him. However, it was obvious that Jiang Hai was not a real capitalist. Compared to those old guys on Wall Street, he was at most a small peddler who left when he saw the profits. Therefore, when he saw the intention on the paper, Jiang Hai had already agreed. "Thank you so much, thank you so much." Murray Smith obviously knew what was on the paper. Although he knew that Jiang Hai agreed not because of his pleading, the most important thing was that Jiang Hai agreed. On the spot, the old man said to Jiang Hai with a face full of excitement, "The jobs of the people in the police station were saved. Boss, the cows are all dead. This is the meat you wanted. Our cows. I don't know if it was a good choice or the feng shui here, but we chose a random cow to kill, and it really turned out to be top-grade beef." And just as the atmosphere here was calming down, Jiang Hai's door opened. Burke Dollar walked in with 3 big pieces of beef with a smile on his face. However, when he saw the situation in the room, he could not help but be stunned. At the same time, his eyes fell on the woman who came with Moses Adams. His eyes instantly became dull. The woman glanced at him, and no longer looked at him. "Ahem, how's the beef?" Seeing that the atmosphere was a little awkward, Jiang Hai could not help but stand up, walk up to Burke Dollar, and ask him with a smile. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Burke Dollar reacted. "The quality of the beef is good." "Ahem, the quality of the beef is quite good, and the meat yield is also very high. We chose a 1,600-pound bull, and the whole meat is a little more than 1,000 pounds. It almost reached the maximum yield of 65%, and the quality of the meat is also very good. The brisket and chest have reached the best grade, while the shoulder, upper brain, buttocks, and outer ribs have all reached the best grade. Most of the ribs and tenderloins have dense marbled veins, reaching the best grade. We weighed them, and the weight of these 2 pieces of meat is about 160 pounds. If we sell these pieces of meat, we will get back the money for the bull, the money for the feed, and the money for buying a new bull. The rest is pure profit. Boss, shall we sell this meat? Boss, do you want to sell the beef?" After pausing for a while, Burke Dollar remembered the purpose of his visit, and hurriedly said excitedly. Whether the beef was good or not mainly depended on whether there were marble veins. However, this was like stone gambling. Before killing the cow, no one knew how beautiful the marble veins were. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a slice of heaven or a slice of hell. The only difference was that an experienced cowboy could roughly estimate it in his heart. But today, the cows that Luo Binsi and the others killed were randomly selected. After all, these cows had only been here for less than a month. Although they looked good, how good could a cow that was bought in the market in a month's time be? According to their estimation, even if there were marble veins, the yield would be about 3% to 5%. That was to say, out of 1,000 pounds of beef, it would be good if there were 30 or 50 pounds of meat. Moreover, the quality would not be too good. It would not reach the top grade, but at least it would be top grade. However, they did not expect that in just 1 month, the cow would have undergone earth-shattering changes, but at least the meat had already shocked them. The yield of the whole cow was more than 1,000 pounds. Not to mention that, the beef with marble veins, that was, the top grade beef, accounted for 70% of it. Only the neck and tendon were not marbled. Out of the 700 pounds, 300 pounds were top-grade beef, 230 pounds were top-grade beef, and the last 100 pounds were top-grade beef. This time, they were dumbfounded. According to the market price, of course, it was the selling price. The average price of a pound of premium beef was $375 in the United States, $130 for specially selected beef, and $50 for preferred beef. 160 pounds of premium beef alone was worth $60,000, 230 pounds of specially selected beef was worth $30,000, and 300 pounds of preferred beef was worth $15,000. That was to say, the meat alone was worth $100,000. Of course, that was the retail price outside. They couldn't sell it at such a high price, so they could only give it a 30% discount. But the 700 pounds of beef alone was worth $70,000. Together with the leftovers, it wasn't a problem to sell a cow for $75,000. The cost of buying a cow was only $1,000. Adding in the cost of labor and feed, it was only $2,000. The remaining $70,000 was pure profit. Of course, one could not expect all the cows to be like this. But according to Jiang Hai's estimation, after a month of domestication, at least 3,000 of his 20,000 cows were at this level. As for the remaining 16,000 or so, it was unlikely to sell them for $70,000, but it was possible to sell them for more than 3. This was also why he dared to fight with that company. Gulp. Hearing Burke-Dollar's words, Moses Adams could not help but swallow. Since he was the lawyer chosen by American Express for Jiang Hai, he naturally did some research on Jiang Hai. He had even done the most basic research on fixed assets. He knew that the main profit of Jiang Hai's manor was the beef cows. There were nearly 20,000 of them. He calculated based on the normal price of beef cows in the United States. The price of a beef cow was about $1,000, but when it was well raised and sold at the slaughterhouse, the price would not be too high. It would be between $3,000 to $4,000. Jiang Hai's 20,000 cows were probably only worth about $60 to $80 million. But this was living money, and there was a lot of it every year. What's more, Jiang Hai's ranch could raise 100,000 cows. If he could raise 100,000 cows, he would make hundreds of millions a year. So in Moses Adams's view, Jiang Hai was a stock with potential. Maybe he was not as good as those people on Wall Street, but as long as he focused on raising cows, he would have a bright future. But now he knew that he was wrong. How was Jiang Hai a bright future? If his 20,000 cows were of such quality, then they would be worth more than $1 billion. Thinking of this, he could not help but swallow.
It seemed that he had found a golden thigh. "What are you selling?" "I've been here for so long, but I haven't eaten any premium grade beef. Cut half of it and keep it for me. Give the other half to Mrs. Phillip. I'm going to eat this tonight. Everyone, in Huaxia, you are a guest. If you don't have anything else to do, let's have dinner together tonight." Hearing Berkdoller's words, Jiang Hai grinned. He knew it would be like this, so he did not show too much other than his excitement. Tens of thousands of dollars. Although Jiang Hai was short on money, he did not lack tens of thousands of dollars. Moreover, this was the first time he had killed a cow in his manner. Naturally, he had to try it. Okay. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Berkdollar also laughed. Although he had been herding for so many years, he had never eaten special grade beef even once. Except for the cattle ranchers, who would occasionally eat a piece, the rest would be sold to the top Western restaurants. And the top steaks in these Western restaurants were sold by the ounce. 1 pound was equal to 16 ounces. According to Huaxia's measurement unit, 1 ounce was about half a tael. However, this half a tael of beef would sell for more than $20 on average. A steak of about 8 ounces would cost more than $100. Ordinary ranchers would not be willing to eat it, let alone give it to these cowboys. But Jiang Hai was willing to. Although he was a little stingy sometimes, he was quite generous when it came to food. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Berkdollar directly took the meat to the kitchen, cut off more than half of the best meat and put it in Jiang Hai's freezer. Carrying about 70 pounds of beef, he left Jiang Hai's house. "Penelope, we don't have anything to do tonight, right?" Looking at the beef that Berkdollar brought out, Moses Adams said with a smile. Upon hearing his words, the young lady beside him also checked it out. "At 3:00 in the afternoon, there's a meeting about energy. You don't have to attend that meeting. Even if you attend, you'll only listen to those old men's chatter." Before the girl could finish her words, Moses Adams had already waved his hand to stop her from continuing. As expected of a fresh graduate, she was really honest. Today's update was delivered to everyone. 2 updates in a row. Chapter 72. In fact, Moses Adams's words just now meant that he wanted to stay, but the girl named Penelope wasn't too clear about it. For Moses Adams, staying here today was an out-and-out good thing. First, he could eat beef for free. Even he wouldn't spend too much on this kind of beef, so he really wanted to try it. Second, and the most important, was to build a relationship with Jiang Hai. He had known Jiang Hai for a while. In the past, he only thought of Jiang Hai as someone with potential. Although he did his best, there was no need to curry favor with him, at least for now. But just now, he realized that he was wrong. Jiang Hai was not someone with potential, but a Godzilla. If all the cows in his manor were of such quality, then Jiang Hai might be able to reach the top in a few years. With such a golden thigh, if he didn't know how to hold on to it, then he would be too stupid. So no matter what, even if his wife was going to give birth to a son tonight, he would wait here until the meal was over. Since he said so, the driver naturally had nothing to say. As for Penelope, she also tactfully kept her mouth shut. She was just an assistant now. If she said something wrong and was fired by Moses Adams, she would have nothing to say. As for Maris Smith, he was a little embarrassed. He could not leave now, but he could not stay. After all, his relationship with Jiang Hai was still in a delicate state just now. However, Jiang Hai was not a petty person. He said that it would end here, so it would end here. Immediately, a smile appeared on his face, and he began to tour his house with the people around him. This villa, in Moses Adams' eyes, could only be considered to be well decorated. Although it was much, much better than his house, he was after all a big lawyer and had seen the world. Jiang Hai's house, compared to other rich people, could only be regarded as ordinary decoration. The furniture was also mass-produced, not limited edition or antique. There were no oil paintings hanging on the wall, so it looked a little empty. Although the house was a good house, it could only be regarded as simple in Moses Adams' eyes. However, in the eyes of others, Jiang Hai's house was quite luxurious, because it was probably difficult for them to live in such a house. Of course, Penelope was different. If she married a rich man, she could live in such a house. After a simple tour of the villa, Jiang Hai took them to the dock. However, it was very cold now, and these people did not wear thick clothes, especially Penelope. She did not know if it was because of beauty overcoming the cold, but she was still wearing silk stockings. In a warm room, this was a good scenery, but outside, she would freeze to death, so naturally, they could not go out by boat. Then, they went to the cowshed. At this time, the bloodstains at the place where the cows were killed had been cleaned up, but the smell of cow dung mixed with the smell of blood still rushed to their noses. Jiang Hai could not stand it, let alone Moses Adams. This was the first time he had smelled such a smell. So, after a quick glance, they quickly fled the area. But what surprised Jiang Hai was that the girl was very calm. This made Jiang Hai and the others feel a little ashamed. Why were they inferior to a woman? But fortunately, their shame did not last long. After they returned to the villa, Jiang Hai opened a bottle of red wine, and then everyone began to watch TV and chat. Compared to China, the competition in the US TV station was much more intense. Because in addition to the state-owned TV stations, there were also a lot of private TV stations. Most of these private TV stations charged fees, but if the TV program was not good, naturally, no one would renew the subscription. Because of this, the competition in the US TV station was quite fierce. There were dozens of TV stations that broadcast live sports. They broadcast all kinds of events, such as baseball, tennis, basketball, football, ice hockey, football, and so on. There were also nearly 10 TV stations that broadcast live NBA games. In the US, the three known TV stations were ABC, TNT, and ESPN. Among them, ABC was broadcast live on Sunday, Eastern US time, TNT on Monday and Thursday, and ESPN on Wednesday and Friday. In addition, there were also FSN, NBA TV, and so on. Of course, there were also local TV stations. In short, it was not a big deal to watch NBA games in the US. Moreover, don't look at the fact that Jiang Hai and the others were only in the afternoon. However, many matches had already started. The games in the US and East started relatively early. The earliest games even started in the middle of the night. In local time, it was around 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. When Jiang Hai turned on the TV, it was just in time to play the game between the San Antonio Spurs and the Boston Celtics. If it was 5 years ago, this would have been a fierce battle. But at this time, it was just a teaching game. A long, long time ago, the Spurs were also an iron-blooded defensive team. Countless teams had been killed by their defense. In that period of time, they had won 4 championships. With third Uncle Bao as the core of the defensive lineup, countless talents had been crippled. If you dare to stare at me, I'll let you lie in bed for 3 years if the rules allow it. This is the Spurs' way of doing things. But unknowingly, the Spurs had completed a transformation. Now, the Spurs only had one way of playing, and that was to trick people. Their scoring was considered average, and their playing style was called cheating. Just when everyone thought they were done for, this group of old men from last year returned to the finals. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of another old man called Ray Allen, and if it wasn't for the fact that the young Kawhi Leonard didn't hit a free throw, they might have defeated the Heat at their peak. But this year, they had made a comeback. No one thought they were old anymore. This year, they had been focused on winning the championship from the start. And their opponent was the home team, the Boston Celtics. But compared to the Spurs, the Boston Celtics were already on the decline. At least for now, it was hard to see any hope for them to rise again. In the first half of the game, the Celtics were still leading the Spurs by 4 points. This gave them a glimmer of hope. But in the second half, the situation changed. The Spurs began to shamelessly whip these young players. After the third quarter, not only were the 4 points that they had originally won wiped out, but they were even back by 5 points. The young players began to lose their minds. In the fourth quarter, the Spurs started to beat the Celtics and easily won the game, 111-89. Jiang Hai and the others were still in the mood to chat about this game at the beginning. But as they watched, they did not want to talk anymore. Sigh, I don't know when the Celtics will rise again. I'm really afraid that I won't be able to wait until that day. As the game ended, Harris Smith, who was sitting beside Jiang Hai, rubbed his eyes gently and said helplessly, "It's not bad. At least these people are still working hard. My favorite team is the Knicks. I've given up a long time ago." Hearing Morris' words, Moses Adams chuckled and shrugged helplessly as he said to the old man, "Hey, boss, dinner is ready." At this moment, the door of the villa opened. Robbins walked in with a smile on his face and said to Jiang Hai and the people sitting there, "Let's go. Let's taste the special beef produced in my manor." Hearing Robbins' words, Jiang Hai also smiled and got up to speak to the people around him. Hearing what Jiang Hai said, Moses Adams and Morris Smith stood up at the same time and followed Jiang Hai out. Only the girl named Penelope paused for a moment before standing up. Looking at the girl, Robbins, who was walking over, could not help but be stunned for a moment. A trace of doubt flashed across his face, but he did not say much. After all, there were still outsiders here. He continued to bring Jiang Hai and the others to the Philemon family's small villa. Originally, the owner of this manor was also a rich guy. Although he might not be like Jiang Hai, who was willing to give his workers such good food, at least in terms of living, he was still very generous. These small villas were not worse than the small villas in the suburbs. At least in terms of size, they were not much worse than Moses Adams' house. It was not a problem to sit a dozen people. Of course, the interior decoration was far worse. Wow, it's really a warm house. Walking into Philemon's house, Moses Adams could not help but chuckle softly. Of course, our boss is the most generous boss in the world. At this time, Robbins, who was walking in front, also said with a smile. After Jiang Hai introduced everyone also sat at a long table. Serve the food. Looking at this warm atmosphere, Philemon and his wife, who were busy in the kitchen, also came out with a variety of things. Although it was a party, the main dish was naturally beef, but in addition to beef, there was also yesterday's fish. They have a total of 9 people including Jiang Hai. They can't eat dozens of pounds of fish in a meal, so there was a lot left today. In addition, this morning, Jiang Hai also brought the shrimp he caught yesterday to eat together, so today's dishes here are still very good. Looking at the 8 big bowls and plates on the table, Jiang Hai couldn't help but feel hungry. Belle had already prepared for a long time. Seeing that the dishes were on the table, he divided the dishes among everyone. The men's glasses were also filled with wine, beer, red wine, and some foreign wine. These were all bought by Jiang Hai last time in Winthrop Town. The dinner began. Today's second update, continuously delivered. Chapter 73. It was said that Easterners liked to bootlick. Actually, bootlicker was a common trait among humans. Don't think that just because the Americans were burly and boorish, they wouldn't know how to bootlick just because they were always talking about freedom, democracy, and power. Now, they were eating Shanghai's food, living in Shanghai, and earning Shanghai's money. Of course, they had to work hard. But in the current environment of the United States, in order to keep their current jobs, they will also flatter Shanghai on some small matters. For example, they are slowly improving the food they eat. Mrs. Philemon was a pure housewife. Because she did not need to go out to earn money, she had a lot of time. What she needed to do every day was actually very simple. She would wake up in the morning and prepare breakfast. In the morning, she would go to the vegetable field behind Shanghai's villa to take a look. The Americans almost did not eat raw vegetables. There were mainly 3 ways to eat vegetables here. The first way was to eat raw vegetables, such as carrots, lettuce, turnips, cucumbers, and so on. Raw vegetables were their favorite. Other than that, they could be steamed. The most famous one was mashed potatoes. After steaming, they could be made into mud. Then, some things could be added inside. Of course, other than potatoes, carrots, cauliflower, and so on could also be made into mud. The third way was to fry them. Other than these 3 ways, there were no other ways to eat them. So, in the supermarkets in the United States, other than huaxia, there were many types of vegetables sold. But most of them were different from the vegetables in China. For example, in the supermarket in Winthrop that Shanghai had been to before, there were many vegetables that Shanghai did not recognize. For example, the most famous basil was a type of vegetable and also a type of spice. The rest of the vegetables were very common here, such as parsley, leeks, kale, beets, kohlrabi. It was the Chinese pickled vegetables, but it was not pickled here, parsnips that looked like carrots, and vegetables like rhubarb. In short, if one came to the United States without a huaxia supermarket, one might starve to death. There was a small vegetable garden behind Shanghai's villa. However, Shanghai did not know how to grow vegetables. Compared to meat, he did not like to eat vegetables. So, he did not care too much about the garden. This small vegetable garden was now taken care of by Mrs. Philemon. Of course, it was cold now. She had already harvested all the vegetables that should be harvested. She was waiting for next year to be planted again. Today, the Philemon family specially made 8 dishes. There were fruits, appetizers, main dishes, and soup. The soup was naturally the most famous cheddar soup near Boston. It was made with the shellfish that were caught yesterday. These shellfish were deep-sea shellfish, and the taste was quite good. A fruit salad was necessary. As for the vegetables, they made fried vegetables. There were fresh flowers, cauliflower, eggplant, carrots, and so on. There was also a plate of mashed potatoes. But according to the habits of the people in the United States, the taste of mashed potatoes was basically sour and sweet. But because of Shanghai, the taste of mashed potatoes was salty. Apart from these 4 dishes, the other 4 dishes were all meat dishes. The main dish was naturally steak. Today, Shanghai had $1 cut the premium grade beef. Of course, most of the premium grade beef was left in Shanghai's freezer by $1. The premium grade beef he cut was calculated according to the number of people, 1 pound per person. But even so, these people were very happy. Apart from these steaks, there were also many other steaks. However, these steaks were all premium grade. Although they were a grade lower, for the people here, they were not dissatisfied. In their eyes, having a pound of beef to eat was already a great gift. It had to be noted that they only made around $100 a day. Mrs. Philemon didn't let go of the remaining meat that wasn't suitable to be made into steak. Instead, she specially stewed a big pot of beef soup with basil inside. The taste was quite good in Jiang Hai's mouth. Apart from these two beef dishes, the rest was seafood. The fish that was caught yesterday was divided into 2 slices. The bones in the middle were shaved off, and then they were fried on both sides. Lemon juice was used to remove the fishy smell. It tasted sour and sweet with the sweet aroma of the fish. It was quite good. There was also seafood, which was the shrimp and crab that Jiang Hai had brought over. These live seafood didn't need much processing. They could be eaten after being boiled in salt water. They were specially made to eat the sweet aroma inside. In fact, the price of the same seafood would be different depending on where it was sold. Everyone knew that the fish in the warm and tropical regions were more abundant and grew faster than the fish in the cold regions. However, of the 4 largest fisheries in the world, apart from the Peruvian fishery, the remaining 3 were all fisheries in the northern hemisphere. Whether it was the North Sea fishery, the Hokkaido fishery, or the Newfoundland fishery that was very close to Jiang Hai's manor. Of course, Newfoundland was now finished, but it was undeniable that the current fishing industry was still mainly in the northern hemisphere, even near the cold regions. Even within the country, the output might be higher in the south, but in terms of taste, it was still the north that was most delicious. There were reasons for this. Firstly, the fish in the north were cold water. The water was cold, so the fish didn't grow fast. A fish that grew in a year in the south would take 2, 3, or even 4 or 5 years in the north. The accumulation of these 4 or 5 years would naturally make the taste better. Secondly, the cold current in the north passed by. In order to avoid the cold on the surface, the fish were more willing to go to the deep sea. The water pressure in the deep sea was higher, and the pressure outside was higher, so the meat of the fish was firmer. The same fish and prawns in the south might be bigger than those in the north, but the taste of the north was slightly better than that of the south. Jiang Hai used to live in Ice City. Although it was not near the sea, as a foodie, he was also very knowledgeable in this aspect. Now, the prawns and crabs that Jiang Hai caught were all from his fish farm. They had been growing naturally for 10 years. The taste was sweet and fresh, and with the taste of the sea, the meat was extremely firm. Even Moses Adams, who had seen a lot of the world, could eat with delight. As a lawyer, although he usually paid attention to his appearance, as he said, he was just a tool. In order to earn the money of those rich people, he could naturally sit at the Western dining table in a tuxedo like a gentleman, sipping red wine and cutting steak. In the next second, he could become a street gangster, eating big pieces of meat and drinking big mouthfuls of wine. For a service industry like his, the most important thing was to please the employer. Of course, this also depended on whether the employer had the ability. Obviously, in his eyes, Jiang Hai was a person with ability. Naturally, the guests and the host enjoyed the meal. Moses Adams, as a lawyer, was naturally not allowed to drink when he was handling a case. However, after the case was settled, there were a lot of social activities, so his alcohol tolerance was not bad. As for Robbins, Burke-Dollar, and the others, they were naturally wine buckets. Compared to them, even though Jiang Hai's physical fitness had reached the human limit, his body's alcohol tolerance was incomparable. Therefore, after mixing red, white, and beer for a while, Jiang Hai felt a little dizzy. Shaking his head, Jiang Hai decided to leave first and get some fresh air outside. He walked 3 steps to the outside of the villa. Looking at the sky full of stars and the salty sea breeze, Jiang Hai felt a little better. At this moment, he seemed to hear some quarreling. Listening to the quarreling voices, Jiang Hai's brows wrinkled. He could roughly tell that one of the voices came from his manor's employee, Burke-Doll, while the other one was a woman's voice. But in his manor, there was only one woman, Mrs. Philemon. However, it was clear that this was a young woman's voice. It had nothing to do with Mrs. Philemon's voice. In that case, it could only be the girl that Moses Adams had brought over. Could it be that something has happened? Thinking of this, Jiang Hai felt a lot better. In fact, he also felt that something was wrong with a man and a woman quarreling in the dark outside. Could it be that Burke had lost his mind? If that was the case, it would be troublesome. Although Moses Adams was fawning over him, he was not a pimp. If something really happened, Jiang Hai would have sobered up by now. Based on the subtle voices, Jiang Hai's 5 senses were activated to the extreme. Following the direction of the voices, he quickly walked to the back of the house. Sure enough, not far from the back of the house, Jiang Hai saw Burke and the girl that Moses Adams had brought over under the moonlight. Seeing that there was at least 2 to 3 meters between them, their clothes were not messy, and they did not do anything that would cause any misunderstanding, Jiang Hai was temporarily relieved. But then, he became interested in what these 2 people were talking about here alone in the middle of the night. Although Jiang Hai was a man, he was also quite gossipy sometimes. Without saying much, he turned around and hid in a corner to watch the scene in front of him. Penelope, when did you return to Boston? You didn't tell me. I don't know if your mother showed you the letters I've written to you for so many years. The 2 people under the moonlight did not notice Jiang Hai's existence. Burke looked at Penelope, who was like a block of ice in front of him. He took a deep breath, lowered his head, and said in a deep voice, "It seems that this guy is really related to this girl." "Show me what?" "Look at my father, how poor and destitute. How useless he is. I really can't imagine what you were like when my mother and I left. You're still like this now. What can I tell you?" Hearing Burke words, the woman on the other side raised her head and said coldly without thinking. Today's update was delivered to everyone. The recommendation from the top was really amazing. There were 200+ favorites on Sunday. Amazing. Chapter 74. Don't tell me that there's nothing else to talk about between us other than money. I remember you liked to come to the ranch where I worked when you were a child. Back then, you could ride a horse and catch sheep. Burke laughed at himself when he heard the woman's words. Then, as if he was talking to the woman, or to himself, he muttered in a low voice. Don't talk about it. You know, that was when I was a child. Now that I've grown up, I have my own life. If I want to live, the most basic thing is money. I don't want to be like you, poor and destitute all my life. I can't even pay alimony after a divorce. However, the girl was even more resolute. She didn't give Burke a chance to finish his words. She waved her hand and shouted loudly. Burke couldn't help but be stunned when he heard her words. Then, the self-deprecating expression on his face became even more serious. Who said he'll be poor and destitute all his life? The people who work in my manor may not earn less than Moses Adams, who's sitting in the house. Hearing this, Jiang Hai finally couldn't help it. Although he didn't like to meddle in other people's business, he felt that it was time for him, the boss, to make a move. Yes, Burke income was indeed not much now. An income of $750 a week, that's only $39,000 a year. It's not even as good as the middle class in the United States. Don't forget, Jiang Hai's profits haven't been factored in yet. Including water, electricity, internet, food, drinks, and accommodation, all of these don't cost any money. Adding all of these together, it's about $10,000. The most important thing was that the $39,000 was a fixed salary. When Jiang Hai's cows made money, according to the situation in the United States, they would naturally receive dividends. The amount of dividends would be divided according to the mood of the manor owner. However, if they really made more than $1 billion for him, Jiang Hai wouldn't be stingy with the million or so. When the time came, it would be easy for each of them to make more than $100,000. Plus the basic salary, it wouldn't be a problem to make $200,000 a year. The most important thing was that this money could be saved. It was precisely because of this prospect that these people worked so hard. Even when Jiang Hai wasn't watching them, they still worked so hard. What was the reason? Of course, it was for the real money. Therefore, when Jiang Hai heard this, he immediately stood up and refuted the woman. However, after stepping forward, Jiang Hao immediately regretted his decision. The reason for that was because he was truly embarrassed. "I'm sorry." Seeing Jiang Hai's figure standing there, the father and daughter were obviously stunned. Then the girl named Penelope lowered her head and walked past Jiang Hai. As for $1, he sighed and walked to Jiang Hai's side. Then the two men looked at each other and walked to the front door of the villa. Sitting there in the cold wind, $1 told Jiang Hai a story. To be exact, it was his true story. $1 was an old cowboy. As mentioned before, he learned cowboy skills when he was very young. Then, he started to become a cowboy. At the end of the 20th century, the cowboy industry was actually quite popular. Especially in the East, he made some money in those years. Later, like most ranchers, he bought a piece of land and built a ranch. But because of bad investment, he went bankrupt in 2003. It was also that year that his wife and daughter divorced him, and he lived a life of a bachelor and paying off his debts. It took him 5 years to pay off his debts. But then came the financial crisis. It was difficult for him to support himself as a cowboy, let alone do other things. At that time, his daughter also went to college. Unfortunately, as a father, he could not afford a penny for his daughter's college education. Since then, his wife and daughter, who were originally distant from him, became more and more distant from him. In their opinion, $1 was a good-for-nothing. Compared to $1's wife who worshipped money, $1's daughter might be more resentful of him for failing to live up to her expectations. However, $1's ex-wife had instilled in her from a young age that being a cowboy wouldn't make any money, so she became increasingly indifferent to her father. Listening to $1's words, Jiang Hai touched his chin, although it was somewhat one-sided. $1 did not hate his ex-wife, because he knew that everyone had the right to pursue their own happiness. Since she thought that she could not find happiness with him, then let her go. He heard that she was now in New York, married to a financier, and lived a good life. At least in terms of material things, she was much happier than when she was with him. So $1 did not say much, but his daughter's words made him very uncomfortable. "Don't worry. I don't know if being a cowboy can make money, but I know that as long as you work for me, at least in terms of making money, you don't have to worry." After $1 finished speaking, Jiang Hai was silent for a moment. Then he got up and returned to the house. He quietly took out 2 bottles of beer and handed one to $1. Then he took a big gulp. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hai said to $1. He was not confident in himself, but in his blood. "Then I'll bet on you, boss." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, $1 laughed and said to Jiang Hai. He did not know if it was because of the cow he killed today that gave him confidence. Speaking of this, the two could not help but smile at each other, and then they drank again. Generally speaking, this night's banquet was a happy one. When it was about 10 o'clock in the evening, the banquet was officially over. The driver drove the car and sent Murray Smith, who was very grateful, back to Winthrop before returning to Boston. But before leaving, Jiang Hai told Moses Adams about his tax payment. But for Moses Adams, he was a professional lawyer, not a professional accountant. But lawyers and accountants had a close relationship, so he had a way to contact an accountant to calculate Jiang Hai's tax payment. But at this time, it was still a long time before he had to pay the tax. The tax filing was in April every year, and it was only November now. It would be in time to prepare the tax filing in March next year. Now, Jiang Hai told him about it just to remind him. After all, these things were very important. After tonight's banquet, Jiang Hai's manor once again entered into a peaceful life. Of course, this so-called peace was only on the surface. Every day, everyone's life was very ordinary, but very fulfilling. Jiang Hai's daily routine was very simple. Every morning, he would wake up and run laps, then have breakfast. In the morning, he would practice the martial arts that Belle taught him, then have lunch. In the afternoon, he would either watch a basketball game at home, play games, or lie on the balcony on the second floor to read novels or surf the internet. In the evening, he would have dinner. After dinner, later in the evening, he would use the extra blood in his body to transform the manor's pasture. Under Jiang Hai's slow transformation, the current pasture in the manor was finally completed. Anyway, he did not have many friends in this country, so it was not bad to live like this every day. What Edward Anderson did every day was to drive an open boat to the open sea to see if anyone stole Jiang Hai's fish. Of course, every few days, they would go out together to catch fish, but these fish were not to be sold, but to be eaten. Just like the beef cattle in Jiang Hai's manor, now was not the time to sell them. At the same time, Ai Dehua was also preparing to raise fish next year, or the day after tomorrow. First, he needed to know where there were no corals, and where there were better places to raise fish. Jiang Hai did not know these things, so he could only rely on himself. Sometimes, Philemon or Belle would help him, and naturally, Jiang Hai would also help. When they went out to sea together, it was much better to have a companion. As for the lobster that Jiang Hai wanted to eat, he had never heard of it. The weather was too cold now, so fishing for lobsters in the water was a happy thing. Jiang Hai did not want to reveal too much of his skills in front of others, so he did not eat it. However, the problem of beef, wagyu, and countless prawns and crabs could be temporarily postponed. The most busy ones were Robbins and the other cowboys, but they felt very happy now. What these people had to do every day was to drive the cattle and sheep out of the cowshed, walk around outside, and then rush back before dark. As the weather became colder and colder, in fact, the cattle in the nearby manors were already ready to fatten up. However, Robbins and others would still drive a circle of cattle with the help of the cattle dog every day, mainly because the pasture in Jiang Hai's manor did not wither on a large scale because of the arrival of winter. This made Robbins and others very surprised and also very happy. After all, dry pasture is not as nutritious as fresh pasture. These pasture that was nourished by Jiang Hai's blood can be said to be the most nutritious grass in the world. Even in addition to eating grass, these cattle do not need too much fine feed to grow stronger and stronger. Robbins and others were happy to see these things in their eyes. Every day, they would think that if these cows looked the same as the one that was killed that day, then this manor would make a profit. And when that time comes, with Jiang Hai's generosity, they estimated that they wouldn't be disappointed. No one would be resistant to the green dollar. At least, the people in Jiang Hai's manor did not feel that way at the moment. Unknowingly, time passed slowly. The renovation project of Jiang Hai's manor inland was finally completed. Not only did he renovate all the pastures, but he also renovated the vegetable garden. The vegetables he ate recently tasted much better than before, but after all, it was already winter. However, Jiang Hai estimated that when he planted them again next year, they would taste better. This was also his confidence in his blood. In this leisurely life, the first heavy snow of the year quietly arrived. Today's second update is continuously delivered. Chapter 75. Boston was located in the Northern Hemisphere, and it was considered a cold zone. Due to the influence of the Atlantic monsoon, the city was relatively rainy and snowy. The annual average rainfall was 42 inches, which was 108 centimeters, and the snowfall was also 42 inches. In other words, the snow here was just like rain, and there was no accuracy. Especially in Winthrop, because it is close to the Atlantic Ocean, although there is a Gulf Stream, it is easy to have foggy days every spring and early summer. In early autumn, it is even easier to have hurricanes and tropical storms. Fortunately, Shanghai has not taken over this place at that time, and in winter, it is also easy to be affected by the northeast wind. Sometimes, after a snowstorm, the snowfall can reach 20 inches, that is, 50 centimeters. As soon as people go out, the snow is almost knee-deep, so overall, the weather here in Boston is not very satisfactory. Shanghai used to only pay attention to the fact that this is a treasure land that can make his scales grow more, but he completely forgot about the weather here. This day was originally the same as usual. After finishing his work during the day, Shanghai went back to sleep at night, but in the middle of the night, he was awakened by the cold. It must be known that with the current physical fitness of Shanghai, he was awakened by the cold. It can be seen how low the temperature is at this time. Getting up from the bed in a daze, Shanghai walked to the ventilation window in his room against the cold wind. He opened the curtains and looked outside. He saw the thumbnail-sized snowflakes falling from the air like cotton. The cold wind made the snowflakes float around Shanghai's manor. Shanghai poked his head out to take a look and couldn't help but shrink his neck. At this time, in his sight, except for white, there is only white. At a glance, the lawn, the parking lot in front of the villa, the distant woods, and even the farther coastline are all covered by snowflakes. Who is it? It's snowing so hard. Looking at the scene in front of him, Shanghai whispered. When the cold wind blew, he couldn't help but shrink his neck again. The wind poured in from the window. He felt that his balls in his pajamas were about to be frozen. Then he cursed and closed the window. He is not a person who has never seen snow. It snows in Bingqing every year, and sometimes it is much heavier than this. He has seen heavier snow, so there is nothing to be curious about. After closing the window, Shanghai returned to bed and continued to sleep with the quilt. It was a quiet night. The next morning, when Shanghai woke up, he found that the heavy snow outside had finally stopped. But although the snow stopped, the whistling cold wind did not stop. Everyone knows that the wind at the seaside is very strong. Shanghai's manor is by the seaside, so the wind is naturally not weak. The strong wind is like a snow machine, constantly picking up the snowflakes that fell on the ground. When the sun shines, the snow below will melt, and the snowflakes will become ice cubes. If Shanghai wants to go out, he will have to jump out of the window. Even at this time, it is still early in the morning. Outside the eaves of Shanghai's second-floor room, there are countless small ice cubes. This is the snow that was melted by the sun in the morning. Before it could turn into water, it was frozen into ice. This situation is very common for Shanghai. When he was young, he used to eat this thing, but now he doesn't dare to eat it because it is very dirty. Hey, boss, you are up. At this moment, a rough voice came from downstairs. Shanghai stood in front of the second-floor window sill and looked down. He saw Luo Binci, Harriman, and Ai Dehua in the distance. They were driving a small car out of the warehouse in the distance. This small car looks like a forklift, but it is much smaller than a normal forklift. Shanghai has seen it in the warehouse before. According to Luo Binci, this is called a small snow forklift. It is also left by the previous owner. Usually, the front shovel is removed and it can be used as a tractor to plow the land. When necessary, the shovel can be installed and the snow can be shoveled. In the past, Jiang Hai did not know much about this thing. Now it seems that the machine was specially bought to deal with the current situation. Wait for me. I will go down and help. Looking at the three people coming over, Jiang Hai also called upstairs, and then went to the first floor. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, Jiang Hai turned up his clothes. Although his physical fitness is good now, it does not mean that he is not afraid of the cold. In fact, the weather in the north is colder, but the northerners are also more afraid of the cold. Basically, people like Jiang Hai, if in the country, would be ahead in the north, but in the south, he would be frozen like a dog. In a place without heating, he really doesn't know how to live well. But now, Jiang Hai's room is still very comfortable, but to go out, he still needs to be fully armed. But when he opened the closet, he couldn't help but smack his teeth. Before it snowed, Jiang Hai really didn't feel too cold. After all, when he got up in the morning to run, it would be a little cold at first, but as he ran, it warmed up. So before it snowed, Jiang Hai, a guy who stayed at home all day, didn't feel anything. But now, when he wanted to go out to work, he wanted to find thick clothes to wear, but he realized that he didn't seem to have winter clothes. When Jiang Hai left the country, he didn't bring any clothes with him. He wasn't short of money at that time, so he only brought a few pieces of clothing and threw away the rest. His current sportswear, and windbreaker were all bought after he arrived in the United States. Originally, these clothes, even if they weren't thick, at most, they could block the wind or be very comfortable when exercising. But now that Jiang Hai had to go out to work, wearing these clothes made him feel a little weak and flustered. Jiang Hai was going out to work. But there was no other way. He didn't have any other clothes to wear now. After thinking about it, he wore a sweater inside, then a hoodie outside, and the thickest windbreaker outside. Even if he was fully armed, he didn't have many pants. He wore a pair of sweatpants and outdoor pants outside. He didn't know if it was cold, but he could only wear this at most. After everything was put on, he deliberately changed into a pair of his thickest hiking shoes and walked out. But as soon as he opened the door, Jiang Hai couldn't help but shiver. It was too cold. As for the two dogs, who were still very interested in the outside world, they also became well-behaved at this time. They just went out to the bathroom on the lawn, then returned to the house, lay on the carpet, and felt the geothermal heat under the floor under the carpet. But compared to the dogs, Jiang Hai and his employees didn't have such good benefits. "Hey, boss, you're wearing really cool clothes." Seeing Jiang Hai's clothes, Robins and others here couldn't help laughing. Now these guys are wearing thick clothes. Robins was wearing a khaki woolen coat, a very thick coat, and Harriman was wearing a thin down jacket. Cotton padded jackets were rarely worn here because the people on their side had completed the transition. Although cotton padded jackets were full of warmth, there were also many problems. One of the most important problems was that it was easy to get wet. This place was so close to the seaside. When the moisture returned, the cotton would weigh 3 pounds for no reason, and it would not have the effect of keeping warm. So here, the worst thing was to wear down jackets. As for Ai Dehua, rich person, he was more particular about wearing leather clothes, but it was not a mink, but a leather coat made of bear skin. Once upon a time, bears, wolves, and other things were harmful in North America, just like killing wild boars when the country was just founded. These animals were not protected animals. So they were slaughtered in large numbers. The meat could be eaten, and the skin was naturally made into coats. But now, the protection of wild animals in the United States is very good, such as bears, naturally, cannot be hunted casually. Of course, if it invades your home or invades the manor, then it is okay to kill it, but it needs the approval of the authorities. However, there are only a few such bears in the country. The bear skin jacket on Ai Dehua's body is obviously not new. It is more than 10 or 20 years old, but it is well taken care of by him. It is still shiny and new. Sitting in the car, Ai Dehua is half a head taller than Jiang Hai, and he is big like a bear, more like a person than a person. Hiss, there are no clothes to wear. Let's work first. It will be hot in a while. When this place is cleaned up, I will buy thick clothes. Hearing Luo Binxi's words, Jiang Hai shrugged and said helplessly. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Luo Binxi also laughed. Then several people began to get busy. First, they used a forklift to push out a snow path in the snow. Then, they used shovels and brooms to move the snow to both sides, exposing the path in the middle, and they were done. You can't expect to get all the snow out of the entire ranch. Let's not talk about whether there is this manpower. The snow that has been frozen with the pasture is not so easy to get. Clear the snow in front of each house, and then clear the snow on the path. At this time, Jiang Hai can't help but envy those people in the suburbs today. At least they don't need to do this. The people living in the small villas in the suburbs, the snow in front of the door is cleaned by the cleaners, unlike Jiang Hai's manor, where he needs to do it himself. But fortunately, the snow has just finished, and no one stepped on it. The snow is not as thick as the legend says, only about 10 centimeters, so it is still relatively fast to clear it. A group of 4 people first shoveled the snow, then 2 used shovels and 2 used brooms. They are all big men. In a short time, the snow on the ground was almost cleared. In less than an hour, the main road on Jiang Hai's side has been cleared, and then they are busy clearing the snow on the residential area. Today's update is continuously delivered. Please support Little Faye, thank you. Chapter 76. Phew, it's finally done. Wiping the sweat on his forehead, Jiang Hai said with a smile. Since they got up in the morning, they had been busy all the way until now. Looking at the time, it was already 3:00 in the afternoon. Jiang Hai and his group had finally cleared all the snow on the main road, as well as the square. Looking at the snow on both sides of the road, Jiang Hai couldn't help but smile. Sometimes, the manor was too big, it was a bit troublesome. Boss, hurry up and put it on. If you catch a cold later, it will be troublesome. Looking at Jiang Hai standing there wiping his sweat, Philemon couldn't help but take out a down jacket from the snow plow and threw it to Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai didn't say much and put it on directly. As he thought, it was really cold when he first came out, but after he started working, his body was not cold anymore, but his feet were a little cold. However, at noon, Jiang Hai put on Belle's shoes, and his feet were much better. As for the clothes, he didn't rush to wear them for the time being. He continued to work in the afternoon. As for the people next to him, they changed. At the beginning, Robbins, Harriman, and Ai Dehua worked with Jiang Hai. The rest of the people, Philemon, Burke Dollar, and Belle Luster, were busy in the manor. Don't forget, the cowshed, the horse barn, and the kennel also needed manpower. Feeding the cows, cleaning the cowshed, and ventilation were also troublesome. In the morning, almost all the work was done. Robbins and Harriman went to finish it. As for Ai Dehua, he stayed at the dock. There were also a lot of things to deal with at the dock, such as breaking the ice around the dock. Even if it was so cold today, he still had to patrol. Jiang Hai even wondered if he should buy a helicopter. If he always relied on an open boat to patrol, how long would it take? If there was a helicopter, it would be much faster. Jiang Hai knew this truth. How could Ai Dehua not know, but he didn't ask for this now because Jiang Hai hadn't really started to raise fish yet. Although the ecological environment in the water was very good, there weren't too many fish at present. So for the time being, he didn't need to patrol several times a day, just once a day. This way, it was still fun to use an open boat. Although his men were changed, Jiang Hai didn't rest and continued to work here. He had to admit that with his body similar to a perpetual motion machine, the speed of cleaning was indeed much faster. At first, he was still a little unfamiliar, but as he gradually became familiar with it, the speed of cleaning the snow also slowly became faster. Originally, according to Luo Binxi's estimation, they would only be able to finish cleaning before the sun set at around 4:00 in the afternoon. Unexpectedly, they were already done cleaning at around 3:00. Holding the tools, Jiang Hai sat on the snow plow over there. Even if he was in good health now, he wasn't unrestrained. After working for a day, he was actually quite tired. "Boss, you should buy a cotton-padded coat. You don't know how unscrupulous the doctors in the United States are. You don't have Social Security now. If you really catch a cold, they will make you vomit blood." Philip looked at Jiang Hai beside him and kept talking. However, although he kept saying that it was a little annoying, what he said was the truth. Jiang Hai also knew that the clinics in the United States were really unscrupulous. If one caught a cold in the United States, there was no cold medicine here. Yes, there was no cold medicine, there was no way to buy it at all. If the people here caught a cold, if it was mild, they would take vitamins and anti-inflammatory drugs. If they had a fever, sometimes they would take some anti-inflammatory drugs and antibiotics. If it was more serious, they would go for an intravenous drip. Generally speaking, seeing a cold and seeing a dentist in the United States was very expensive. Basically, if one went in once, one wouldn't be able to come out intact without spending at least a few $1,000s. For example, there was no cold medicine in the country, and it was actually forbidden to bring cold medicine from the country abroad. This was because the cold medicine in the country contained ephedrine, which could be extracted to make people addicted. Therefore, if one caught a cold and had a fever abroad, and if one hadn't filed tax returns, it was indeed somewhat troublesome. "Well, you should buy 2 sets. "Oh right, Belle, your shoes are quite warm. Where did you get them?" Jiang Hai tightened his down jacket and smiled. He didn't care about the down jacket he was wearing outside, but he was very interested in the shoes that Belle lent him. The shoes had high uppers, and the inside was made of fur. It was very hard, but it was very warm and at the same time, very light. Most importantly, it was very breathable. Jiang Hai worked for the whole afternoon and his feet were sweaty, but at this time, the shoes didn't feel wet at all. "These shoes were given to me when I was still in the army. I saw that they were quite new, so I took them back." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Belle, who was sitting on the other side, couldn't help but smile and said. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but say, "Oh, so it's a military product. No wonder the quality is so good." But because it's a military product, he didn't ask much, because in his memory, real military products are not so easy to get. Maybe Belle understood Jiang Hai's meaning, so he continued to speak. "Boss, if you want to buy such shoes, the outdoor stores in the town sell them." "Ha! You can buy military products?" Hearing Belle's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be surprised and asked him with a curious face. "Yes, except for guns, other things can be bought in the town. Tactical vests, helmets, night vision goggles. As long as you want it, you can buy it here." Seeing Jiang Hai's surprised look, Belle also smiled and continued to speak to him. Hearing Belle's words, Jiang Hai blinked. "This is not bad." Quang quang. Puff. Just when Jiang Hai was hesitating whether to go to the outdoor stores in the town today or wait until tomorrow, a sound came into Jiang Hai's ears. Hearing this sound, even Burke, Philip, and Belle in the car were stunned for a moment. Burke, who was driving, even directly pulled out a pistol from his back seat and held it in his hand. Then the four people looked at each other, and Jiang Hai decided to go and take a look. When they came to the place where the sound came from, they couldn't help but laugh at themselves, because the place where the sound came from was none other than the abandoned swimming pool, and the creature that made the sound was none other than Jiang Hai's shark. The swimming pool is not the sea can't be frozen, but the swimming pool can't. After last night and today's cooling, the surface of the swimming pool has been frozen with a thin layer of ice. Sharks are different from most fish. Some sharks can rest and sleep at the bottom of the water, but some sharks can't. They need to swim all the time to let their gills filter the oxygen in the water. Jiang Hai's sand tiger shark is the latter. The small space makes it very uncomfortable. And today, Jiang Hai and the others didn't come to feed it, so it broke the ice by itself. You're really good at acting. Looking at the sand tiger shark under the water, because it felt that Jiang Hai was coming, Jiang Hai couldn't help but chuckle. This sand tiger shark was only about 3 meters long when it was fished, but now, after being fed by Jiang Hai's blood during this period and having enough food supply, it has grown to nearly 4 meters long. If it was discovered by some oceanographers, it would probably cause a lot of trouble because the largest sand tiger shark is about 3.5 meters long. Now Jiang Hai's sand tiger shark has clearly exceeded the limit of sand tiger shark, but they are not too clear about this. Looking at the big shark in front of him, Jiang Hai thought for a moment and said to the people around him, "Forget it, it's winter. It's troublesome to raise it here, and I have to break the ice for it every day. Why don't we just put it back in the sea?" "Boss, you don't want to eat it." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Burke couldn't help but laugh. They didn't forget that Jiang Hai first caught this shark to eat it. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also chuckled. In fact, he still wanted to eat a shark. After all, he had never eaten this thing before. But after raising it for so long, it was impossible to say that he had no feelings for it, so Jiang Hai decided to let it go. As for whether it would leave after he let it go, Jiang Hai wasn't worried. After all, this shark had drunk his blood. In a sense, this shark was related to him by blood. It was his subordinate and pet. Looking at it, he knew that it had been almost domesticated. It was precisely because of this that Jiang Hai dared to put it back in the sea. "Then let's do it." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the others didn't say much. They happened to have a snowplow. As long as they could get this thing out of the water, it wouldn't be too troublesome to send it back to the sea. Originally, Philemon and the others planned to drain the water first and then lift it up. After all, this was a shark that ate people. But with Jiang Hai here, they obviously didn't need to do that. Jiang Hai put his hand into the swimming pool, and the sand tiger shark swam over. After it was easily turned over by Jiang Hai, Belle and Burke used a large net cushion to pick up the big shark. Then the four of them exerted their strength. This shark was now about 260 or 70 kilograms, which was really not light. But the four men were still able to lift it, not to mention Jiang Hai, who was the limit of human strength. The four of them used their strength to lift the shark onto the snowplow, and then quickly ran to the beach. If it was an ordinary shark, it would have been half dead even if it didn't die. But the vitality of this shark was obviously much stronger than that of ordinary sharks. Jiang Hai and the others came to the dock. When the shark was sent into the sea, it only took a few seconds for it to adapt to the sea. After swimming in the sea, it returned to Jiang Hai, who was still squatting there. "Help me look after this place in the future. I'll give you a name. You're not small, and your name is Silly and Tiger. You'll be called Big Silly from now on." Looking at the sand tiger shark emerging from the water, Jiang Hai chuckled and named his fourth pet. Today's second update was delivered continuously. Chapter 77. Jiang Hai really didn't have any talent for naming things. This was something he himself admitted. He called the almost pure black Caucasus Xiao Bai, and the green-gray-green wolf mastiff Xiao Huang. There was clearly no yellow or white fur, but Jiang Hai was so tenacious that he succeeded in naming them. When it came to the Xiaoma and the sand tiger shark, he was obviously more casual in naming them. He called the big Xiaoma Xiao Xia, and the scary shark De Xia. Fortunately, Dollar and the others didn't understand Hua Xia language. Otherwise, they would be speechless. After sending the shark back to the ocean and giving it an order to help guard his fishing ground, Jiang Hai, Philip, and the others went back. On the way back, Jiang Hai was still thinking. In the past, when he read farming novels, the protagonists in those novels would collect a lot of pets. There were dogs, wolves, and eagles. This was one of the highlights of farming novels. Now, it seemed that he had collected a lot of pets. At present, the number was still a little low, but having 4 was a good start. While he was affirming himself in his heart, the car arrived at the warehouse. Because of the shark just now, the car had arrived at the warehouse. Because of the shark, the sky was completely dark at this time. It seemed that he could only postpone the idea of buying a coat until tomorrow. That night, Jiang Hai went to Philip's house to have a meal before returning to his own home. To be honest, after a day of work, he was quite tired. After taking a shower, he lay on the bed and played with his mobile phone for a while before going to sleep. Jiang Hai's life was really a bit of an otaku and a bit of a loner. He didn't have many friends. It was like this in China. Except for a few of his best friends, he had almost no contact with other high school classmates and college classmates. Especially after he got married, he didn't know if it was because of his inferiority complex or something else, but he didn't keep in touch with these few friends of his. Other people had friends everywhere, colleagues and classmates, but Jiang Hai seemed to only have these few good friends. After coming to the United States, he seemed to be even more reluctant to make friends. Other people were poor in the city and nobody cared about them, while rich people had distant relatives in the mountains. Jiang Hai was different. Even if he was rich, he didn't seem to have any distant relatives. Other rich people had endless things to do every day, but he seemed to be very free every day. Just like now, he swiped his mobile phone and went to sleep. Every day was regular. He didn't seem like a young man in his 20s. Let alone a young man in his 20s, even if he was in his 60s or 70s, in this aging world, they would probably be more diligent than him. But Jiang Hai didn't care. He felt that this kind of life was quite good. Besides, it wasn't that he didn't have any friends. There were a few in China and a few abroad. While thinking about driving to buy clothes tomorrow, Jiang Hai fell asleep. This is his information. He really went to Boston. In Boston, the mountains were covered in snow. At this time, the same situation was happening in the imperial capital. However, compared to Boston, the smog here was much heavier. It was so heavy that after going out, the visibility was almost only a few meters. This was also one of the most troubling problems in China in recent years. In winter in the north, heating was needed. Heating was needed to provide enough warmth and heat to the people, but at the same time, the air pollution was extremely serious. Some people said that it was related to the increase in cars. Yes, it was related. But in summer, there were just as many cars, but there was less smog. Winter was the most important. In the northern regions, most people were still using thermal power to generate heat. Coal was what they burned. This kind of thing naturally polluted the air very seriously. However, at this time, Chi Li's office was still pretty good. This was because there were 2 air purifiers in her office. In addition to her office, there were also a lot of air purifiers in the other offices. This made the air in the office much better than outside. After the last fight, Qi Li sent people to investigate Jiang Hai's situation. It turned out that it was really as Jiang Hai and Fu Yuan said. Jiang Hai did indeed sell a diamond and had hundreds of millions of dollars. Although Jiang Hai was also a rich man, after all, in China, connections were much more important than money. As long as Qi Li wanted to investigate, she could still find out. Then, Jiang Hai really went to Boston and bought a manor. He lived in the manor all day long and lived so comfortably that Qi Li's eyes were a little red. "Boss, what should we do next?" Looking at Qi Li's appearance, the bespectacled female secretary next to her couldn't help but whisper. In fact, she was a little uncomfortable. After all, she used to look down on Jiang Hai the most. Now, Jiang Hai suddenly got lucky and became rich all of a sudden. In terms of pure wealth, he was even richer than Qi Li's family. This made her feel quite unbalanced. Why did this guy get lucky? Envy, jealousy, and hatred were the most obvious portrayals of this woman at this time. If possible, she wanted to kidnap Jiang Hai. What should we do? Let's leave it at that for now. He has such a good place to go, so I don't have to worry. Go and get the acquisition proposal of Yunyuan Company. Glancing at the assistant, Qi Li said angrily. Although she was very unwilling in her heart, what could she do? Jiang Hai had already made it clear that he was no longer interested in her. He didn't want to act with her anymore. Divorce was the only way out for the 2 of them now. But whether it was because of pride or possessiveness, after getting the document, Qi Li didn't sign it. Yes. Hearing Qi Li's words, the assistant nodded and turned to leave the office. She could also see that Qi Li was in a bad mood, but no matter how bad her mood was, there was nothing she could do. Jiang Hai's wings had hardened, and he could fly. She couldn't control him anymore. No matter what Qi Li thought, when Qi Li went back to rest after a busy day, it was already the next morning for Jiang Hai. It snowed the day before yesterday, but it didn't snow yesterday. However, the violent sea breeze still piled up the snow and scattered it everywhere. Fortunately, it was only a thin layer of snow with some frost outside. For Jiang Hai, it wasn't a big deal. In the morning, he got up and let the 2 dogs play in the snow while he took a broom and swept the snow. After a simple run, he went to Mrs. Philemon's house to have breakfast. After that, he didn't go back. Instead, he drove straight to town. He didn't forget that he had to buy leather clothes today. His driver's license had been upgraded before the snow. In fact, it was just a road test. Although Jiang Hai had never touched a car before, he still understood simple things like a Peugeot. After all, his driver's license was really obtained through the test. Now that he had a driver's license, at least Jiang Hai didn't have any problems driving himself. His F-650 was finally no longer a decoration. After getting into the car, Jiang Hai started the engine and drove toward the town of Winthrop in the distance. The population of the United States wasn't small. There were more than 300 million people. However, the problem was that the territory was almost the same size as Huaxia. Compared to the population of 1.3 billion, there was a huge difference. This was mainly reflected in the number of staff. For example, in China, the snow on the main road outside the town would have been cleared in a day or 2. However, in the United States, there was really no one to clear it. Of course, the ground here was also simply cleaned up, but there was still a lot of snow. Jiang Hai got on the highway and drove very slowly. The original half-hour drive took Jiang Hai more than an hour to reach Winthrop. Fortunately, he was covered in snow along the way. It looked beautiful and not boring. As the car drove into the town, a different feeling greeted him. The snow on the main road of the town had been cleared. Many children were playing in the snow, building snowmen, or having snowball fights on the lawn near the main road, and in the periphery of the various houses. This made Jiang Hai feel a different atmosphere. Looking at the scene outside through the car window, Jiang Hai couldn't help but chuckle and mutter softly, "I really miss my childhood." Not long after, Jiang Hai's car arrived at the small town. It was the outdoor goods store that Belle had told him about. After parking the car, Jiang Hai jumped out of the car and walked into the store. As soon as he walked in, Jiang Hai's eyes couldn't help but light up. This outdoor goods store really sold outdoor goods. Almost everything that could be used outdoors was sold here. Thick clothes, jackets, tents, pants, shoes, helmets, binoculars, fishing rods, rubber boats, etc. It even included guns. Yes, inside the outdoor goods store in the United States, everything is sold. From small things like food, biscuits, to big things like clothes, tents, assault boats, and even all kinds of weapons, guns, bows, crossbows, cold weapons, everything is available. As soon as he walked in, Jiang Hai couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He didn't understand what was going on, but he felt a sense of awe-inspiring. "Hello, what can I do for you?" At this time, a young man in his 20s, wearing a coat of this store, walked out of the inner room and asked Jiang Hai with a smile. "I want to buy some clothes." Hearing this person's words, Jiang Hai immediately said to him, "Oh, is that so? We have a lot of outdoor clothes here, and many of them are exclusive to the United States military. For example, these heavy winter clothes are used by the United States soldiers. They are made of nylon with polyester fillers inside." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the shop assistant here also introduced these clothes to Jiang Hai. This kind of clothes was the cheapest among the coats sold here, but it was very affordable. It was thick, warm, and cheap. Looking at what Jiang Hai was wearing, he thought that Jiang Hai would choose this kind of clothes. Today's update was delivered to everyone, 2 consecutive updates. Chapter 78. Indeed, before coming here, Jiang Hai did consider choosing this kind of clothes because it was really warm. Yesterday, when he saw Bale wearing this kind of clothes, he was really envious. But after coming here, he found that this kind of clothes was actually the cheapest kind. Jiang Hai didn't want to buy it, although he didn't like to compare. But no matter what, he was still a rich man. If the clothes sold here were all like this, then he would have bought them. But he clearly saw better ones, which made him unwilling to buy them again. "I want something better." Waving his hand, Jiang Hai interrupted the young man's words and continued to say to him, "Something better? Then look here." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the young man was stunned for a moment, then the smile on his face became wider. He brought Jiang Hai to a counter next to him and began to introduce the clothes here. There were a total of 3 types of clothes that could protect against the cold. The aforementioned polyester and cotton were of the same level. The better ones were down jackets. Each type of down jacket was different, so the price was also different. In fact, people who didn't know much about down jackets would think that it was just the feathers of ducks and geese. In fact, there were many types of jackets. Generally speaking, goose down was better than duck down, and the goose down that could be bought on the market was basically goose feathers. That is, the feathers of the goose were cut off from both sides and the stem in the middle was removed. The resulting fine feathers were the inside of the down jackets sold outside. But this kind of down was actually not very good. The real good down was the layer of fine feathers close to the goose's body. In the past, when Jiang Hai was in China, He heard Su Wei say that Su Wei had a relative in the countryside who specialized in raising geese. This kind of feathers, in late autumn, there would be foreign merchants who would go to the village to collect them. It was sold in taels. One tael of this kind of goose down would be worth 200 or 300 yuan. It was not expensive. One must know that this kind of down jacket, 10 geese might not even be able to collect 3 taels. And this kind of down jacket only cost a few taels and it would be very warm. And this kind of down jacket, if it was sold outside, it would sell for 6,000 or 7,000 yuan. The good ones could even be sold for tens of thousands or tens of thousands, which was comparable to mink fur. Of course, the people in the United States didn't care about that. The down jackets here were the kind with the fur removed. They weren't cheap either. A prettier down jacket sold for about $300, which was equivalent to 2,000 yuan. Jiang Hai glanced at the down jacket and couldn't help but curl his lips. To be honest, he felt that this price wasn't worth it. Perhaps seeing that Jiang Hai wasn't very satisfied with this, the young man couldn't help but smile. The only thing better than a down jacket is a leather jacket. However, there are both cheap and expensive ones. Looking at Jiang Hai, a person couldn't help but speak. But when Jiang Hai heard his words, his interest was piqued. Where is it? He looked around and found that although this shop wasn't small, there was no place to store the leather jackets. It's at the back. I'll take it out for you. You don't know that the people from the Animal Protection Association are the most annoying. The country allows us to sell it, but these people come to find trouble every 2 or 3 days. We have no choice but to put these things inside. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the young man said helplessly as he walked inside. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai suddenly thought of the dog lovers. Didn't you say that you're not allowed to sell leather jackets now? Jiang Hai asked curiously as he followed the young man. Yes, you're not allowed to sell wolf and bear skins. But other kinds of deer, mink, rabbit, and fox skins are still allowed to be sold. I don't have mink skins here. You can go to the big shopping mall, but the ones sold there are more expensive. Now, it's impossible to buy a mink skin jacket without at least $3,000. Seeing that Jiang Hai was interested, the young man explained to Jiang Hai. Although there were 300 million people in the United States, it was still considered vast and sparsely populated. In addition, the protection of wild animals was very strong. So many animals in the United States were a disaster. For example, the most famous deer was not only a disaster in Canada, but it was also allowed to be hunted. It was the same in the United States because people in Europe and America almost never ate wild animals. It was not like in China, where wild animals were rare treasures. But in Europe and America, people here felt that the meat of wild animals was too dry. It was too thin and did not taste good. At the same time, there was no way to get rid of the smell of wild animals. It was completely inferior to domesticated animals. Most importantly, these wild animals were likely to have parasites. If they could not be killed and people ate them, it would be troublesome. It could be fatal. So in the United States, more than 98% of people did not eat wild animals. Other than some wilderness enthusiasts who sometimes beat wild animals for a sumptuous meal, they rarely ate wild animals. They would rather kill wild rabbits and wild deer than eat them. But the meat and organs were not eaten. But the skin could be peeled and made into leather jackets. But these things could not be sold openly because the people from the Animal Protection Association would scold the government. It was precisely because of this association's tyrannical character that other than some overseas luxury shops that would sell fur jackets, no shops in the country would sell fur jackets openly. Even if they sold fur jackets, they would sell artificial fur jackets, which were much cheaper than the real thing. If it was not for Jiang Hai's Asian appearance, the shop assistant might not have brought him these jackets. Not long after the shop assistant went into the warehouse, he carried out a large pile of leather jackets. The style of these leather jackets was very simple. It was not like the variety in China. There were not so many patterns and styles. The only thing that surprised Jiang Hai was that these leather jackets were really thick. The leather jackets in China were more or less stretched. The leather jackets that were originally 10 centimeters would be stretched to 20 centimeters or even 30 centimeters. But the leather jackets here were only 1 centimeter. Jiang Hai casually picked up a jacket and blew on it. This was the way his mother taught him when she was still alive. If the bottom of the jacket was exposed, then it was not a good jacket. It was stretched too far. If the bottom was not exposed, then it was not a good jacket. But after blowing on it, the bottom was not exposed. Jiang Hai looked at it and saw that it was densely covered in fur. It was really thick. The leather jackets in our shop are not fancy. The only advantage is that they are thick and cheap. These are deerskin. Different numbers have different prices. A small size is $400, a large size is $600. I think you should wear medium size. These are fox fur jackets. They are cheaper, $200 each. Rabbit fur jackets are even cheaper, around $100. Listening to the man's introduction, Jiang Hai could not help but curl his lips. $100, $200 each. He would rather buy a down jacket. The only good-looking deerskin jacket was similar to a woolen coat. It was not what Jiang Hai liked. So he kept going back and forth among the leather jackets that the man took out. But after a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. In his line of sight, a coat appeared in front of him. This coat was similar to deerskin. It was also yellow, but the fur was longer than deerskin. It gave Jiang Hai a very rough feeling. Seeing this coat, Jiang Hai could not help but pick it up. Seeing Jiang Hai's action, the young man who was still talking opened his mouth in surprise. He did not pay attention to why he took this coat out. What kind of leather is this? Looking at the young man, Jiang Hai asked curiously. Through the touch in his hand, Jiang Hai felt that this piece of leather was much heavier than deerskin. Although there was almost no pattern, it gave off an unusually thick feeling. This is mountain lion skin. To be honest, this is really not allowed to be sold. Seeing Jiang Hai's eyes light up when he heard the word mountain lion, the young shop assistant shrugged helplessly. This mountain lion appeared in Winthrop at the beginning of this year and injured 2 people. After it was shot by the town's police station, the town hall wanted to sell this skin to subsidize the government's allowance. This kind of thing was not uncommon in small towns in the United States. They originally found a buyer, but this matter was reported by a female police officer in the town to the Animal Protection Association. Once the association's people came out to interfere, the town could not sell it. In the end, they could only put it in this store. Unknowingly, it had been a year, and this store naturally did not sell it. Since you want to sell it, then sell it to me. I'm quite interested in this skin. Holding the leather coat, Jiang Hai tried it. Not to mention, it was a little big, but overall, it was not bad. The most important thing was that Jiang Hai liked this thing. I can sell it to you. After all, this thing was originally going to be sold. But first of all, this thing is not cheap. Secondly, if you are found by the Animal Protection Association because of this thing, it has nothing to do with us. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the ordinary shop assistant in the United States did not have any intention of loosening the reins only to grasp them better. It was quite troublesome to leave this thing with him. Since Jiang Hai was not short of money and wanted to buy it, then he would sell it to him directly. No problem. I have to ask first. If I wear this thing out, the police won't arrest me, right? He thought for a moment. If he wore a tiger skin or lion skin coat on the streets in China, he would really be invited for coffee. Would it be the same in the United States? Then he would have to consider whether to buy it or not. Don't worry about this. There is a number sewn on the inside of your coat. It is the number allowed by the government to sell it. The police won't care about you. The only thing you need to worry about is the Animal Protection Association. That's all. The young shop assistant shrugged and said. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai was relieved. This mountain lion skin coat cost Jiang Hai $2,000, but Jiang Hai was still very happy to buy it. In addition, he bought a deerskin coat, a down jacket, and a set of military polyester fiber clothes, pants, and shoes. It was a big pile. How much are you selling this? After confirming the clothes, Jiang Hai pointed at the bow hanging on the wall. Second update, continuously delivered, please collect more, support more, please everyone. Chapter 79. Who? Bang! As Jiang Hai came out of the outdoor goods store, a huge bag appeared in his hand. He threw the bag into the back of the F-650 next to him. The bag was really big, not much smaller than Jiang Hai's bag. There were a lot of things in it. In addition to the mountain lion fur, there were other clothes and many other things. Jiang Hai saw the complete range of the outdoor goods store in the United States this time. There were hernia-related items, a full set of new fishing rods, not only hand rods, but also sea rods. There was also a diving suit and a simple scuba. In addition, there were 200 arrows, a foldable bow, and 2 cold steel knives in his big bag. In the United States, the management of guns was not particularly strict, but the management of knives and bows was extremely strict. Buying such a knife and bow was absolutely not allowed to appear on the streets. Otherwise, the police would find trouble with you. Therefore, Jiang Hai deliberately piled up everything. When he was in the store just now, he took a fancy to a bow at first glance. This bow was made of silver white metal and looked very beautiful. It was a recurve bow, not a compound bow that was very popular now. Compound bows were very popular now because they could be adjusted and were very light, very popular among bow enthusiasts. However, Jiang Hai preferred this recurve bow. The recurve bow was similar to an ordinary longbow. Its shape was simple, but it looked very beautiful. Most importantly, the recurve bow was very light, easy to use, and very easy to maintain. Therefore, Jiang Hai chose it in the end. When he tried it, Jiang Hai's strength played a huge role at this time. According to legend, in ancient times, Huang Zhong could draw a 2-stone bow. Converted to the current strength, a stone in the Han Dynasty was about 60 kilograms. 2 stones was almost 120 kilograms bow. Jiang Hai tried it. He could draw 120 kilograms bow, but it was somewhat difficult. After all, it was the limit of human strength. It was not easy for a human's arm to draw such a heavy bow frequently. However, Jiang Hai still adjusted it to 120 kilograms. This was because if he leveled up in the future, this strength would be enough. However, in the eyes of the shop assistant, he was already so surprised that he did not know what to say. One must know that an ordinary person who played with a bow and arrow would only draw about 60 pounds. Converted to kilograms, it was about 26 or 27 kilograms. How much did Jiang Hai draw now? 120 kilograms. He did not know how much the world record was. Right now, he really wanted to curse, but he did not dare. First of all, the customer was God. Second of all, this God's strength was a little too terrifying. At first, he thought that Jiang Hai was just a rich yellow man. Now, it seemed that this guy was not an ordinary person. In the end, this pile of things cost Jiang Hai $20,000. Just the bow alone cost him $7,000. Although this bow did not look as complicated as a composite bow, it was still made of high-quality carbon fiber. There was absolutely no problem with its material. As for the two daggers, they were also made of cold steel and abnormally hard. It was just that they had not been sharpened yet. Even so, the head of the daggers could easily pierce through a 1 centimeter thick wooden board. As long as they were sharpened, they would definitely be a great killing weapon. Don't look at how Jiang Hai is buying bows and knives. In fact, he doesn't have any place to use these things. Just like his gun, it was just a decoration. But as a man, how many men didn't like these things? Who knows, I might need them in the future. Looking at these things, this was the only sentence in Jiang Hai's mind. After putting everything away, Jiang Hai directly put on a deerskin coat. Although the style of the coat was a little old-fashioned, it was still very warm. After buying this large bag of things, Jiang Hai wanted to go back. But after thinking about it, he decided to go shopping in the supermarket since he was already in town. After the snow, the food in the manor was not enough. Of course, there was always enough fish and beef. But in addition to fish and beef, people also needed a lot of things, and these things had to be supplemented by vegetables and fruits. At present, Jiang Hai knew that the most vegetables in the manor were potatoes and kale, and the rest were lacking. As for fruits, it seemed that there were only oranges, and there was basically nothing else. Now that he had come to town, if he did not buy around, Jiang Hai would feel sorry for himself. After getting in the car, he drove to a supermarket in town. This supermarket was also the largest supermarket in town. It could not be said that there was everything, but it was basically the same. More than 90% of the things could be found here. After parking the car, Jiang Hai walked into the supermarket, but just when he walked in, he found that the atmosphere in the supermarket was not quite right. There were lanterns everywhere, and the people in the supermarket were obviously more than usual. There were balloons everywhere, and some people were wearing turkey and corn clothes, running around. Looking at the scene in front of him, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be stunned. What's going on? It's not Christmas yet, what is this? Pushing a small cart and looking at the scene in front of him, Jiang Hai muttered in a low voice. Probably hearing his words, an old man who was also pushing a small cart beside him came over. "Young man, you just came to the United States." Looking at Jiang Hai, the old man said with a smile. I've been here for a few months." Hearing the old man's words, Jiang Hai was stunned for a moment and replied politely. "Then don't you know that Thanksgiving is coming soon?" Hearing Jiang Hai's answer, the old man said unexpectedly. "Thanksgiving." Hearing these 3 words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then he remembered that there seemed to be such a program in the United States, but in fact, Thanksgiving was not just a program in the United States. It was the second largest festival in the United States, second only to Christmas, and it was also a festival unique to the United States. This festival can be said to be one of the most hypocritical festivals in the world. There were 2 versions of this festival. One was the white people's beautified version. It said that the freedom fighters who were unwilling to be persecuted by the Vatican, the so-called Puritans, crossed the ocean and came to the United States on the Mayflower. The location was Plymouth, Massachusetts. Because they had no food at that time and were about to starve to death, the local Indians helped them and taught them how to plant corn, hunt, fish, and other skills. When celebrating the harvest, these Puritans invited the Indians to thank God together, so there was such a Thanksgiving Day, but anyone who knows a little history knows that this beautified version is too ridiculous. Compared with the white people's beautified version, it seems that the Indians' version is more reliable. According to the Native Americans, the Mayflower didn't bring any Puritans, but some exiled criminals. They brought plagues and massacres. It wasn't until 1637 that the Native Americans were almost wiped out. That was the year when the white officials first announced the celebration of Thanksgiving Day. It wasn't to thank the Native Americans, but to celebrate their massacre. Therefore, this was the most hypocritical festival. From this, it also showed that the discrimination in the United States was still very strong. This kind of festival was established to celebrate the slaughter of other races, but it was actually the second largest festival in the United States. This was evident. But in any case, this is the second largest festival in the United States. Even on this day, schools in the United States will be closed. Hearing the old man's words, Jiang Hai also made an "oh" sound. Although he was a little disdainful of this festival, after all, this was the first festival he celebrated after coming here. In fact, he also celebrated a festival before this, but he didn't know it. Halloween was a children's festival because he lived too far away. Whether it was the children in town or the children in the city, it was impossible for them to run to his house and shout, "Don't give me candy, I'll make trouble," or something like that. So Jiang Hai spent Halloween in a daze. If it weren't for the fact that he came to buy things today, he might not have known that it was Thanksgiving Day. To be honest, with so many Western cultural invasions, Jiang Hai only knew 3 Western programs: Christmas, New Year, and February 14th's dog abuse. Oh no, Valentine's Day. Well, now Jiang Hai was the one being abused. Other than these 3 festivals, he almost didn't know about the others. He tried hard to think about it: only Father's Day, Mother's Day, Arbor Day, Labor Day, and so on. But in fact, there are many festivals in the United States. There are also many important festivals, such as Easter, Flag Day, Independence Day, Columbo Day, Lincoln Memorial Day, President's Day, and so on. This old man may really have nothing to do. After telling Jiang Hai about Thanksgiving Day, he didn't leave. He continued to tell Jiang Hai about the festivals in the United States. After talking about the festivals, he began to talk about the customs here. For example, when you meet, you don't have to shake hands. But when you shake hands, you must look at the other party and bow slightly. If you want to go to someone's house, you must call first. Don't give unfamiliar people your business card. Americans are not willing to treat people to a meal in a restaurant. They prefer to eat at home. They don't like to eat steamed or braised dishes. They don't like to eat overheated dishes. They don't like to eat salty things. They only like to eat sweet and sour things that are less salty. When you go to someone's house for a meal, you can't leave any food on your plate. This is because it is impolite. There are only a few Huaxia dishes that they like. They only like the improved Sichuan cuisine. They like Jiangsu cuisine and Cantonese cuisine more. They like white because it represents purity. They like yellow because it represents harmony. They like blue and red because it represents good luck. They like white cats because they believe that white cats can bring luck. If you give it to a woman who is not your relative, you must not give perfume, clothes, or cosmetics. They should not call black people Negro, because this is what the Spanish called black slaves. They can be called black so that black people will accept it. However, after black, you must not add people. The correct name should be the African Americans. Do not mention the 13th or Friday so easily. Do not ask about other people's income, do not ask if they are married, or anything about their privacy. Do not use black as a taboo. They especially hate giving things to other people. However, if there is a logo related to you on it, it will be suspected of being an advertisement. Today's update, I feel that my favorites are increasing very slowly. Everyone, please bookmark me. Qidian Chinese website www.qidian.com welcomes readers to read the latest, fastest, and hottest series on Qidian originals. Chapter 80. Who said that people in the United States were stupid, big, black, and heartless? Listening to the old man's words, the corner of Jiang Hai's mouth kept twitching. Well, in fact, Huaxia had a lot of people, especially in some big families. There were so many things that could drive people like Jiang Hai crazy. However, that was a domestic matter, so it was understandable. When he went abroad, it was difficult to integrate. But fortunately, Jiang Hai didn't come here to work. He came here to be the boss, which was much better. Thank you, sir. I still don't know your name. Hearing that the old man was finally almost done talking, Jiang Hai came to the supermarket. In the past, when he didn't have money, he bought goods. Now that he had money, he naturally bought more. His cart was almost full at this time. Just like what the old man said, it was almost Thanksgiving Day. He specially bought a whole turkey that had been cleaned up, a few turkey legs, a few turkey breasts, some corn and pumpkins. Of course, the most important thing was vegetables. This was the main purpose of Jiang Hai coming here. In addition to collecting grass and hunting rabbits, he got a lot of wine. Originally, Jiang Hai wasn't very good with wine. In China, he drank 5 to 6 bottles of beer and then it was over. But after coming to the United States, he didn't know if it was because he often had meals together and drank a little. Now, he liked to drink a little. Especially in the afternoon, when he was leaning on the recliner, basking in the sun, reading novels, playing games, or watching TV, drinking a glass of cold beer, with some sauced beef, peanuts, and other snacks, the feeling was really good. Almost 70% of the beer that he got from Old Tony went into Jiang Hai's stomach. This time, he came to the supermarket to buy some wine. When he left, he would go to Old Tony to get a few barrels. Old Tony's brewed beer was much better than the ones he bought. And the beer he bought now was more for those outsiders. After all, who didn't have guests in their house? In addition to beer, there was a lot of foreign wine, whiskey, brandy, gin, rum, and so on. Jiang Hai bought some of them. These can be drunk by his cowboys and fishermen, especially now that it's winter, although they don't have to graze. But every day at the dock and the cowshed, it's also very cold. Drinking some spirits is good for their bodies, at least it will be very warm. As for the problem of getting drunk, Jiang Hai didn't think about it. At least these guys won't be so easy to drink too much. Oh, my name is Wallace Kirk, Green Forest's boss. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the old man said with a chuckle. Uncle Kirk, you know me. Hearing the old man's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be stunned. Winthrop is not that big. There are not many yellow people here, and yellow people who don't look at the price when buying things are even rarer. At this age, wearing ordinary clothes, buying things without looking at the price, seems to be the only yellow person. Hearing old Kirk's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but smile awkwardly. It seems to be the case. Well, our conversation is coming to an end. Young man, if you have time in the future, you are welcome to come to my house to play. Seeing Jiang Hai's expression, old Kirk smiled, then patted Jiang Hai's shoulder and pushed his cart away. Seeing the old man's back leaving, Jiang Hai couldn't help but curl his lips. Go to his house to play. Jiang Hai doesn't know him. What a joke. Hey, are you familiar with Mayor Wallace? Just as Jiang Hai was about to buy some sauce, a black guy next to him looked at Jiang Hai curiously and asked. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai's footsteps couldn't help but stop. Originally, he was wondering why the old man paid so much attention to him. It turns out that this guy is the mayor here. A bit interesting. Muttering in a low voice, Jiang Hai pushed the cart to the side selling sauce. After buying some Messiah chili sauce, Jiang Hai went to pay the bill. Because he bought a lot of things, the supermarket specially asked the security guard to help Jiang Hai move these things into the car. After giving the security guard a tip of $10, Jiang Hai drove to Old Tony's place. After pulling 2 large barrels of beer, Jiang Hai returned to his manor. Before coming back, he had already called Robbins and asked them to come over and help move things. When his car was parked, Robbins, Philip, and Belle had been waiting for a long time. Boss, you really bought a lot of things. Looking at the things in Jiang Hai's car, Robbins shook his head. He knew that Jiang Hai's trip to the town would inevitably be like this. He couldn't help but laugh, jumped into the car and began to move. Hey, boss, your clothes are heavy. How many did you buy? Seeing Luo Binsi get in the car, Jiang Hai also parked the car and got in the car. He first picked up his clothes and handed them down. The person who received the clothes was Belle, but as soon as he took it, he felt that his hand was heavy. He immediately used all his strength to lift the big bag. He clenched his teeth and carried it into the villa. After he finally threw the things on the carpet of the villa, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and asked with some curiosity. The clothes are actually not that heavy, but there are 2 knives, a bow, and 100 arrows inside. I think this is quite heavy. Hearing Belle's words, Jiang Hai lifted a huge beer barrel in one hand and said to him while moving it inside. There are knives and bows. Boss, let me see it later. After all, Belle is a soldier. When he heard Jiang Hai's words, his eyes couldn't help but light up, then he smiled and said to Jiang Hai. After Jiang Hai heard it, naturally, he didn't refuse. Hey, boss, you also bought a turkey. At this moment, Philemon, who was moving things inside, couldn't help but see the big turkey that Jiang Hai bought. He looked at Jiang Hai with a surprised face and asked. It's almost Thanksgiving, why didn't you tell me? I went to the supermarket in town and saw that they were having an event, so I bought it. You can take this turkey back later. I don't know how to cook it, so I'll go to your house to eat. Hearing Philemon's words, Jiang Hai immediately said. Turkey is actually not delicious, it's more for the sake of freshness and the festive atmosphere. But after hearing Jiang Hai's words, Philemon and Robbins couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook their heads. Philemon looked at Jiang Hai and said, This won't do, boss. My oven can't hold such a big turkey, I can only put it in your place. Hearing Philemon's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment, then he patted his head. At first, he only thought about the problem of buying a big turkey, but he forgot that the oven also has a size. It seems that in this residential area, only his oven can hold such a big turkey. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai waved his hand and announced that they will come to his place for Thanksgiving. Boss, we will come even if you don't say it. We have to eat together for Thanksgiving. Hearing this, Belle also laughed. Oh, it's all thanks to me buying this turkey. Otherwise, if I buy it now, what if I can't buy it? Hearing what Belle said, Jiang Hai smiled proudly. It seems that the turkey he bought is quite right. Boss, you really don't have to worry about the turkey. Even if we don't buy it, we can still catch it. There are a lot of these things in our forest. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Robbins also said at this time. We have turkeys here. Hearing what Robbins said, Jiang Hai couldn't help but look at him. There are a lot of them. In addition to turkeys, there are also a lot of seabirds. These seabirds don't fly and will nest in our forest in winter. I remember when you went out to sea, didn't you see a lot of puffins? They live in that forest. Seeing Jiang Hai's slightly different look, Philemon also said. Oh, I remember. Hearing Philemon's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but slap his forehead. He also remembered that when he went out to sea that day, he saw a lot of puffins. In addition to puffins, there were also seagulls. Philemon said that these seabirds live in his forest. He listened carefully at first but then forgot. But can we catch the birds in the forest? Now that he remembered, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be interested. He looked at the people in front of him curiously and asked with a look of surprise on his face. Of course you can. Except for some protected birds, you have the right to dispose of all the animals in this manner, including those birds and the eggs of those birds. In that forest, there are at least dozens of turkeys. Every year before and after Thanksgiving, I will kill a batch to maintain the number of the woodland population. Seeing Jiang Hai's curious expression, Robbins also said to him, but he didn't say anything. He would sell the killed turkeys to subsidize the family. But even if Jiang Hai thought of this, he didn't point it out. After all, he only took over this manor for a few months. In a sense, the turkeys killed by Robbins didn't belong to his property at that time. Then let's go take a look later. Hearing what Robbins said, Jiang Hai also felt a little itchy in his heart. He couldn't help but raise his head and look at the people in front of him eagerly. Okay, let's go take a look when we're done. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Robbins glanced at the weather outside. Today's weather was still very good. Although the weather outside was a little cold, the wind was not strong. The sun was warm and it was really a good time to hunt. Since Jiang Hai was interested in these things, they must go. Today's second update, continuously delivered. Chapter 81. In fact, the most suitable time for hunting was autumn, when the air was cool and the animals were accumulating energy for the winter. At this time, the animals were the most delicious and the fattest. However, apart from autumn, winter was also a good season for hunting. First, because the trees in a large area are withered, it is very suitable to observe the situation of the birds on the top of the trees. Second, the snow is soft and animals can't move quickly here, and they will leave enough traces that are easy to track. Third, many creatures have hibernated in winter, such as snakes, bears, and a large area of poisonous insects and ants have been frozen to death. These creatures, which are a great threat to humans, have disappeared, so many people like to hunt in winter. Jiang Hai didn't understand this before. He was a commoner in the country where wild boars are second-level protected animals. How could a commoner like him have ever hunted before? He hasn't even hunted a rabbit. Now that he suddenly said that he was going to hunt, it was impossible to say that he was not excited. What do we need to prepare? Hearing Luo Binxi's words, Jiang Hai immediately asked him anxiously. Actually, we don't need to prepare anything. After all, we're just playing in the woods of our manor. But if we're going to the mountains, we'll need to prepare more. Now, we just need to wear thicker clothes, carry weapons, and get a bag to store our prey. Seeing Jiang Hai's excited expression, Luo Binxi hesitated and decided to tell him the truth. Hearing that he didn't need to be armed so much, Jiang Hai was a little lost, but soon, he was pushed back by the spirit of going hunting. Then I will take a gun, and I will take this bow too. And this belt. Hearing Luo Binxi's words, Jiang Hai began to think about what he needed to bring. Hearing his words, Luo Binxi and others began to sweat on their foreheads. They really wanted to tell Jiang Hai that he didn't need to bring so many things because there were not many things in Jiang Hai's woods. After all, it was just an artificial forest, not a deep mountain forest. Although the woodland was not small, there were not many things in the woodland. Most of them were seabirds. After all, it was close to the sea. In addition to seabirds, there were only 7 or 8 kinds of terrestrial animals according to Luo Binsi's observations over the years. Squirrels, hares, turkeys, pheasants, otters, possums, foxes, and maybe a few raccoons. That's all, there were no other creatures. Not to mention wolves, bears, mountain lions, and American leopards, even lynx were not here. After all, although this woodland was a certain distance from the cowshed and the residential area, if there were large carnivores, it would be a threat to the people living here. Especially in the past few years, there was only Luo Binsi here. So Jiang Hai really didn't need to bring so many things. He really didn't want to go hunting in the mountains. But they couldn't say anything now. They couldn't keep pouring cold water on the boss, so these people consciously shut up. "Boss, do you know how to shoot?" For a while, the scene was somewhat awkward. At this time, Belle stood up and tried to change the topic. "I really don't know." Fortunately, Jiang Hai didn't care about changing the topic, plus what Belle said had something to do with him. "Then I will teach you." After Belle heard Jiang Hai's words, he couldn't help but smile and change the topic. Success. Then he walked to Jiang Hai's side and took out the folded bow from the wooden box. After repositioning it, he smiled and was ready to pull it, but unfortunately, as soon as he pulled it, he found that he had underestimated this bow. "Huh, it's really hard." Whispering in a low voice, Belle smiled awkwardly and then pulled the bow with all his strength, but unfortunately, even with his full strength, the bow only pulled about 1/3 of the way, and it stopped moving. "Impossible, is it really that hard?" Seeing Belle's pale face, Robbins couldn't help but be interested. He walked over and took the bow from Belle's hands. He took a deep breath and pulled the bow. Unfortunately, even though he was bigger than Belle, he could only pull 1/3 of the bow before he couldn't pull it anymore. Robin's face was red from anxiety. "Let me try." Seeing that Luo Binsi couldn't pull the bow, Philemon also ran over with a smile. Although Philemon is a black man, he has a big mouth and looks very weak, but in fact, he is not small, and the most important thing is that he is a black man. The difference between races is enough to scare people, not to mention this guy's size. But even so, he only pulled the bow a little bit, about 2/5 of the way, and he gave up halfway. In the end, the 3 of them turned their heads together and looked at Jiang Hai. The meaning in their eyes was very clear: what's the use of buying a bow that can't be pulled? Seeing the 3 of them looking at him, Jiang Hai couldn't help but look at them with disdain and took the bow from Philemon's hand. Jiang Hai pulled the bow with both arms, and in an instant, the 3 of them couldn't help but stare. "Who the F***ck, so strong. My God. Son of a bitch." Cough, I didn't swear. Although they already knew that Jiang Hai was strong, they didn't think that Jiang Hai's strength could be so great. It's hard for them to imagine that Jiang Hai's body, which doesn't look very tall and strong, has such great strength. Seeing the surprised eyes of the 3, Jiang Hai chuckled and then released the bow again. The buzzing sound of the bowstring made the 3 of them a little scared, but fortunately, Belle, who was a soldier, reacted first. Although Jiang Hai gave him a slap in the face, since he said that he would teach Jiang Hai archery, he naturally won't go back on his words. He specially ran back home and took out a human target. There was no other way, he only had a human target in his house, so he erected it in the grass outside. While they were packing up these things, Jiang Hai could try it first. At the same time, he also told Jiang Hai the essentials of archery. Archery and shooting were different. Archery only required 3 points and 1 line. This only required more practice, but archery required some troublesome things, because archery only provided 2 points, and the 3rd point required the archer to feel it himself. At the same time, archery could put the eyes closer to the crosshairs, making it easier to shoot, but archery was not the same, the head was fixed and could not be moved. Moreover, the strength of each pull of the bowstring, and each standing position, in fact, had to be paid attention to. Even when releasing the bowstring, there was a need to pay attention to it. Jiang Hai was a beginner in all of this. After roughly understanding, Jiang Hai took the bow and arrow and ran out into the grass outside. After seeing Jiang Hai's movements, Xiao Huang and Xiao Bai immediately ran out to watch Jiang Hai practice archery. Open. Looking at the target in the distance, Jiang Hai picked up a pure metal arrow and put it directly on the bow. With the strength of his arms, the 120-kilogram bow was pulled open by him in an instant. But to be honest, 120-kilogram bow was a bit weak. Before he leveled up, he could only rely on the strength of the python to control the 120-kilogram bow. But to be honest, 120-kilogram bow was a bit weak. He could only maintain balance for about 10 seconds or so, and his hands began to tremble. Damn it. Originally, he didn't have time to aim in the first 10 seconds. Now that his hands began to tremble, it was even more impossible to aim. Cursing silently, Jiang Hai had no choice but to shoot the arrow, but it could be seen that this arrow missed. It flew out about 10 meters away from the target. Moreover, this 120-kilogram force was indeed a little scary. It kept flying, 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 flying. After flying for about a kilometer, it landed in the snow. Seeing the arrow fly there, Xiao Huang, who was beside Jiang Hai, immediately rushed out and quickly ran to the arrow, running back with the arrow in his mouth. Jiang Hai patted Xiao Huang's head as a reward for his cleverness, but his mind was thinking about the arrow just now. He was only 50 meters away from the target, but he flew out 950 meters and missed by 10 meters. He really wasn't an ordinary expert. Damn, there's really a difference between having an arrow and not having one. After shooting the arrow, Jiang Hai couldn't help but shake his hand. 120 kilograms was still a bit too strenuous. But he was a stubborn person. Since he had set 120 kilograms, then 120 kilograms would do. If he really couldn't do it, then he would shoot the arrow in the first 10 seconds. Since he had made up his mind, Jiang Hai didn't say anything else. He took a deep breath and started the second arrow attack. This time, it was a little better. He shot the arrow before his hand started to shake. This time, it was a little better, but it still didn't hit the target. It was about 2 meters away from the target. This time, it flew a kilometer away. Before Xiao Huang could move, Xiao Bai had already run out. After being improved by the dragon's blood, Xiao Bai's intelligence was actually very high. At least it knew how to learn. When Xiao Bai picked up the arrow, Jiang Hai started shooting again. He had to admit that Jiang Hai's body was really good. Its learning ability and adaptability were very good. The third arrow hit the target, but unfortunately, it still flew nearly 500 meters away. Because the target was shot through, this shot could be considered to have hit the edge of the target. Although it still didn't hit the target, it was more or less an improvement. It also gave Jiang Hai a lot of encouragement. After that, he continued to practice. 10 seconds of aiming was really a short time. Especially for a beginner like Jiang Hai, as long as it took more than 10 seconds, he would definitely miss. Within 10 seconds, the hit rate wasn't very good. Out of 10 arrows, about 3 would hit the target. In total, about 7 would hit the target, and 3 would still miss. Jiang Hai didn't have a good way to deal with this. Now, he could either wait to level up or lower the strength of the bow. However, if Jiang Hai wasn't willing to adjust, then he could only wait to level up. Fortunately, after he finished improving the grassland, the scales in his body had increased in all aspects. 8 scales a day, and it was almost 300 scales. He was less than 3 months away from reaching 1080 scales. Today's first update: Xiao Fei has been publishing his novel for a month and a half, but this result, until now, the 4,300 bookmarks, why does it feel like it's getting more and more empty? Dear big bosses, if you feel that Xiao Fei's writing is still passable, then please click on the bookmark. Thank you everyone. Chapter 82. Let's go. After having a good lunch at Philip's house, Jiang Hai waved his hand. Robbins and Belle, who had nothing to do today, followed him and drove Robin's modified snowmobile towards the distant forest. Because it was snowing, the snow on the entire pasture was more than 10 centimeters thick. Even if the cows were released to graze, they would need to consume more energy to do so. Of course, Jiang Hai's pasture wasn't like this, but Robin's and the others didn't know that. Jiang Hai also didn't intend to point it out. It was a good choice to let the cows fatten up in the cowshed. Because the cows stayed in the cowshed, there were fewer cowboys. What they needed to do every day was to keep the cowshed ventilated, clean up the cow dung, feed the cows, add water, and occasionally brush their hair. That was all. The 5 cowboys were originally very busy every day. But after winter, they had some time to take a break. Of course, the so-called break was not real rest. It meant that they could do some work that had nothing to do with the cowshed, such as patrolling the surroundings of the manor to see if the fence was broken, repairing the machinery, or maintaining the house. It was just that they did not have to deal with the cows for the time being. This was considered a break. Compared to the cowboys, Edward Anderson, who was only a sailor, was much more miserable. Every day, he had to go out to sea. The biting cold sea breeze on his face was not much worse than a blade. Jiang Hai's body couldn't bear it. Robbins and Belle, who were resting today, patrolled around the manor in the morning. A manor like this needed to be patrolled every day, especially in winter. After winter, the beasts in the mountains would come down due to the lack of food. If they broke the fence and entered the manor to hunt the cows and sheep, it would be a big problem for the manor owner. Of course, there was another problem, which was to guard against people. Therefore, they had to patrol the area every day. As for the maintenance of the house and machinery, they didn't have to worry too much. The reason for that was because those houses were all extremely sturdy when they were built. Wu Quan did not have the intention to cut corners. Every villa was built with reinforced concrete, and the roof was the same. Except for the need to shovel away the snow every spring to prevent water from seeping in, there was no problem with the houses here. Most of the machinery was bought by Jiang Hai this year, so naturally, there wouldn't be any problems. Therefore, these people only had half a day to work during the rest of the day. They could still do their own things in the afternoon. However, they had to accompany their boss to go hunting this afternoon. Whoosh whoosh. Following the sound of the engine, the 3 snowmobiles sped towards the forest in the distance. Long before the arrival of winter, Robbins had unloaded 3 of the 4-wheeled motorcycles that Jiang Hai had bought. Actually, it was only a few parts and 4 tires that were removed. A cowboy like this was actually a little expert in hands-on work. At least this kind of transformation was easy. The position of the front wheel of the motorcycle was replaced with 2 sledge boards. Because the 4 motorcycles that Jiang Hai bought were very big, 2 sledge boards were needed at the back periphery to make the motorcycle float in the snow. As for the propulsion device, it was a caterpillar. The position of the rear wheel was replaced with 2 caterpillar tracks, but the position was slightly higher than that of the sledge. This snowmobile was considered to be completed. Not only could it run in the snow, but it could also run on land. Of course, it wasn't as fast as the tires, but the problem was that the tires couldn't run in the snow. It wasn't the first time that Jiang Hai rode this thing. Although it wasn't very good, at least it was decent. After riding for a while in the snow, Jiang Hai and the others also parked their motorcycles outside the forest. Then, they changed into snow boots, took their weapons, and walked into the forest. Of course, Jiang Hai's two followers, Xiao Huang and Xiao Bai, were also very interested after learning that they were going to play in the forest. This forest was planted by the former owner of this manor. The original idea was very simple. Planting some trees could be used to block the sea breeze. If there was a need, these trees could be cut down in the future to build a house or something else. Even if they were to sell it, they would still be able to make a lot of money, right? But unfortunately, before the trees grew, he went bankrupt. In the end, he packed them up and sold them to the auction house. The trees here, after all these years of growth, could now be said to be mature. The trees in the United States were also different from the trees in China. In the north of China, there were basically a few kinds of trees: birch, willow, pine, cypress, and so on. There were also these trees here, but there weren't many. According to Robbins, there were about 5,000 trees in Jiang Hai's forest. 2,000 of them were oak trees. This kind of tree was also called oak tree or oak tree. The tallest tree grew more than 30 meters. This kind of tree also existed in China, but it wasn't too common. Because the branches of this kind of tree were too soft, it wasn't very popular in China. There were only two kinds of trees in China. One was used to build houses, and the other was used to make furniture. This kind of soft tree was used to build houses. The house would collapse if it was used to make furniture. In addition to being moisture-proof and insect-proof, it wasn't very sturdy. Therefore, this kind of tree wasn't very popular in China, but in Europe and the United States, this kind of tree was quite popular. This was because this kind of tree was the best raw material used to store red wine in red wine barrels. The price of oak barrels in the United States and Europe wasn't low. This manor had a grape winery. Naturally, these oak trees were prepared for them. In addition to the oak trees, more than half of the remaining 3,000 trees, nearly 1,800 trees, were maple trees. This kind of tree was Canada's national tree. There were also many trees in the United States. This kind of tree was also a kind of economic tree. It was used to make maple syrup. This kind of thing was sold at a high price in China. In fact, Jiang Hai could have collected maple syrup this year, but he didn't. At that time, his focus was more on raising cattle. For things like maple syrup, he would wait until next year. In addition to these two main trees, there were many other trees here. Some were originally planted, and some were brought over by other seabirds after eating the tree species. Therefore, it looked a bit messy. Most of them were willow, pine, cypress, and birch trees from the north. There were also some cherry trees, black walnut trees, and so on. Anyway, Jiang Hai only heard about them from Luo Binci, so he didn't know anything about them. Following the footsteps of the three, they slowly went deep into the forest. As soon as they walked in, Jiang Hai saw an animal. It was a squirrel. It was standing on the branch of an oak tree, looking curiously at Jiang Hai's group. Squirrels were very curious creatures. It was obvious that it hadn't seen people for a while, so it was very surprised. It was just a squirrel. Robbins and Belle didn't care at all. Jiang Hai only glanced at it and then looked away. However, Xiao Bai might have seen this thing for the first time. She squatted under the tree and looked at the squirrel. In the human world, looking at each other was a sign of politeness, but in the natural world, looking at each other was a provocation. Therefore, this squirrel that usually had almost no natural enemies and was the king of this small forest was angry. Squeak! With a roar from the branch, it also took out an oak fruit from the tree hole next to it. It used almost all its strength and threw the oak fruit at Xiao Bai, who was staring at it under the tree. Phew! Bang! As the oak fruit flew more than 10 meters and smashed directly on Xiao Bai's head, the squirrel was extremely proud. In its opinion, Xiao Bai would definitely be scared away by this attack because almost 90% of the animals in this forest would be scared away by it. It believed that the impact of its attack was extremely strong. Unfortunately, this little guy who had never seen a dog before was going to suffer today. Roar, roar, roar. After being hit by the squirrel's oak fruit, Xiao Bai was also angry and immediately roared. Hearing its roar, Jiang Hai and the others who were walking in front were shocked. They turned around and saw that Xiao Bai was having a conflict with a squirrel. It left them speechless, but Bell still signaled Jiang Hai with his eyes to control Xiao Bai. Otherwise, if it continued to roar, they would have to return empty-handed today. Although Jiang Hai was a rookie, he was not stupid. When it came to hunting, it naturally had to be quiet. Was it really okay to roar so openly? Therefore, he was about to turn back and tell Xiao Bai to shut up, but before Jiang Hai could move, the squirrel on the tree saw that Xiao Bai was not chased away by the oak fruit. It was also angry and took another rubber fruit and threw it at Xiao Bai. Although Xiao Bai already had the intention to dodge, it still dodged. However, this time, the oak fruit hit its back. Although it did not hurt, Xiao Bai was still angry. This little guy actually dared to be so cocky in front of it. It really could not tolerate it. As Xiao Bai roared, it directly scurried towards the tree, but it forgot that it did not know how to climb trees. Therefore, its body slammed heavily into the tree. Although it was dazed from the collision, its weight of more than 100 kilograms was perfectly applied to the tree. This collision caused the oak tree, which was not thin, to sway. At that moment, although the squirrel standing in the branches hadn't been shaken down, it had given it a fright. After the fright, it flew into a rage out of humiliation. This big black monster actually didn't dare to resist. This made the squirrel very unhappy, so it prepared to continue going back to get the acorn to teach it a lesson. However, before it could return, the force of the shaking shook off a pile of snow at the top of the tree. Today's second update is continuously delivered. Please help me collect it. Thank you. Chapter 83. Hua. Lie. Bang. At this time, Jiang Hai had just arrived under the tree. He glanced at the stunned Xiao Bai and could not help but smack its head in anger and laughter. Does it think it's a cat? It still wants to run up the tree. Is it crazy? It turned out that the Caucasian's IQ was indeed a bit problematic. Even after eating Jiang Hai's blood, it could not help but act like an idiot. Just as Jiang Hai was about to pull Xiao Bai to the side, a burst of snow fell from the tree. This made Jiang Hai shrink his neck. When he raised his head and looked at the top of the tree, he happened to see a piece of snow falling from the tree. However, the direction was not toward him, but toward the squirrel that was about to go back to get the acorn. The squirrel did not consider the problem of disaster falling from the sky. When it reacted, it was already scared silly. It only saw a snow mountain. Well, to it, it was indeed a snow mountain. It crashed directly toward it without giving it any chance to resist. The snow mountain had already hit its head heavily and then smashed it into the snow pile under the tree. Seeing this scene, Little Yellow immediately rushed over and dug in the snow. He picked up a little fat squirrel that was still covered in snow. However, it was obvious that although the squirrel was still alive, it was also stunned by the fall. Its eyes were wide open, and its little mouth was open. It looked at Jiang Hai and the two big dogs in front of it in surprise. Jiang Hai took the squirrel from Little Yellow's mouth and said angrily, "You're really lucky. If it were not for the thick snow pile on the ground and the fact that it was wrapped in a lot of snow, this would have been enough to turn the squirrel into a meat patty. It would not be like now where it was just a little stunned from the fall. Oh, this is a snow squirrel. It can be considered our first prey." Seeing the change here, Robbins and Belle also walked over. Robbins could not help but laugh when he saw the fat squirrel in Jiang Hai's hand. "Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be counted? Anything that is in my hands is mine." Hearing Robin's words, Jiang Hai, who originally did not want to take the squirrel, suddenly nodded. Jiang Hai's thinking was somewhat different from the average person. When ordinary people saw animals, the first thing they thought of was whether the animal was dangerous or not. If it was not dangerous, they would be curious. Some people were sympathetic or overflowing with love. They would even make a fuss about whether the animal was cute or not. When Jiang Hai saw any animal other than humans, his first thought was whether it was delicious or not. Whether it was dangerous or not was secondary. What was most important was whether it was tasty or not. This was just like the shark that he caught. Robbins and Ai Hua considered the danger, while he was thinking about shark fins and shark's meat. Although he did not eat it, it was because he had a relationship with it. It was not easy to kill it. As for this squirrel, Jiang Hai's first thought was whether it could be eaten. He remembered that squirrel meat seemed to be quite delicious. However, after confirming that it could be eaten, Jiang Hai curled his lips. It was too little. A squirrel, including its skin and bones, was only a little more than a catty. It might not even be two catties. This bit of meat was not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. However, in the principle of not leaving empty-handed, he decided to take this little guy back. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Robbins and Belle both chuckled and turned to walk into the depths of the forest. Jiang Hai put the squirrel in a small bag at his waist. This small bag was empty. Originally, Jiang Hai was going to use it to store some fungus. Westerners and Americans did not eat fungus, but Jiang Hai wanted to eat it. This thing was to clear the lungs. However, if he wanted to buy it here, except for some supermarkets in Huaxia, the general supermarkets did not have it. The most important thing was that the things in Huaxia's supermarkets were expensive. It was at least several times more expensive than the ones sold in China. It was not suitable. So when Jiang Hai heard Robin say that there were fungus here, he was going to bring some back in a small bag. But now, he had to store it first. After stuffing the frightened squirrel into the small bag, Jiang Hai continued to take the two dogs to follow Belle and Robbins into the forest. But before leaving, he specifically told the two dogs to never bark. Then the three people and two dogs quietly walked into the forest. Not long after, Belle, who was walking in front, waved his hand and motioned everyone to stop. Although Robbins had lived here for many years, Belle was better than him when it came to hunting. As Belle waved, everyone stopped. Then Belle pointed in a direction. Looking in the direction of Belle's finger, Jiang Hai and Robbins could not help but see in the distance, about 40 meters away in a clearing in the forest. At this time, there was a group of spotted pheasants foraging in the snow. Seeing these spotted pheasants, Luo Binsi couldn't help but curl his lips. He thought it was something special. He had seen this kind of pheasant before. This kind of pheasant didn't grow very big. The biggest one was a pound. After removing the internal organs, feathers, and bones, the meat was considered good. Although the meat was good, the taste wasn't very good. What was there to eat?
Thinking of this, he could not help but turn his head and was about to tell Jiang Hai that they were going to catch a turkey or something. But when he turned back, he found that Jiang Hai's eyes were shining, no, they were burning. Fei, wyvern. Looking at the spotted pheasants in front of him, Jiang Hai lowered his voice and whispered. His trembling voice showed his extremely excited thoughts. He originally came here just to catch some turkeys, or other birds, rabbits, and so on. He would go back and have a good meal, but he never thought that there would be a wyvern in his forest. Root? Where? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, not to mention Robin's, even Belle was shocked. There is no huaxia dragon in European and American languages. The word long is also called wolf in English, not dragon, so Jiang Hai did not say dragon in Chinese, but dragon root. When they heard this word, Belle and Robins were dumbfounded. How could there be a wyvern in hunting? Cough, that kind of pheasant is called wyvern in our country. There is an old saying in our country, dragon meat in the sky, donkey meat on the ground. These guys are a rare delicacy. Seeing the surprised look of the two, Jiang Hai smiled awkwardly, then licked his lips and said excitedly. Donkey. People in your country still eat donkey meat. However, when they heard Jiang Hai's words, Robins and Belle frowned. Americans rarely eat strange meat. Basically, they only eat chicken, fish, beef, and mutton. They rarely eat pork. Now that Jiang Hai opened his mouth and asked for donkey meat, they couldn't help but frown. Americans rarely eat meat. Don't talk nonsense. You don't understand the delicacy of donkey meat. Compared to donkey meat, horse meat is actually delicious. Forget it. Looking at your faces, I know you haven't eaten it before. Help me catch this bird. Hearing their words, Jiang Hai subconsciously explained, but when he saw their faces become even more strange when he mentioned horse meat, Jiang Hai couldn't help but roll his eyes at them. He has never seen a foreigner in the city, but now, the most important thing for him is to catch these wyverns. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the two didn't say much and walked slowly toward these wyverns from both sides. Little Huang, who was beside Jiang Hai, also gradually lowered his body at this time, blending with the surrounding snow, and slowly sneaked toward those wyverns. As for Xiao Bai, although it is similar to Little Fool, it is eager to learn and also sneaked over like Little Huang. As for Jiang Hai, he slowly walked forward, licked his dry lips, and stared at these guys. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Belle sent a message that everyone is ready. Under Belle's signal, Little Huang directly jumped out of the snow, followed by Xiao Bai. As for Jiang Hai, Belle and the other two, they immediately ran out. These wyverns clearly didn't think that they would be caught, because they have been breeding in this small forest for several generations, and no one has ever caught them, so their reaction was a little slow. It was only when Little Huang, the first to jump out, grabbed a wyvern with his mouth and 2 claws that these wyverns reacted and fled, but unfortunately, it was too late. Xiao Bai jumped out and bit one wyvern. At this time, Belle, Jiang Hai, and Luo Binci also rushed into the flock of wyverns. Belle grabbed one wyvern with each hand, and Luo Binci did the same. As for Jiang Hai, he was much more ruthless. He first punched the 2 wyverns in front of him, knocked them down, and then grabbed the other 2. At this time, the rest of the wyverns flew away, and only the wyverns in this open space were still struggling. Good stuff. Looking at the 12 wyverns on the ground, Jiang Hai's eyes were about to turn green. Without saying anything, he directly picked up a rope and tied their feet. Of the 12 wyverns, only the one that Xiao Bai bit was dead, and the others were still alive. This was a good thing for Jiang Hai. Boss, this thing doesn't have much meat, is it really delicious? Seeing Jiang Hai happily tying the wyverns, Luo Binsi helped and asked curiously. He had caught this thing before, but the taste was really not good. This thing is not for eating meat, it's for drinking soup. Sigh, you don't understand. When I go back, I'll make it and you can try it. After tying up all the birds, Jiang Hai happily tied them to the backpack behind him and excitedly said, "Thank you, Brother Zhao." For drinking soup. Cheddar soup. Speaking of soup, the people here probably only knew about cheddar soup. You'll know when the time comes. It's really a good harvest. Ha! However, at this time, Jiang Hai was not in the mood to despise them. Just the harvest made him feel like he was going to wake up laughing at night. It was really awesome. Today's update will be recommended next week, but it was not forcefully recommended. It will not be available on January 1st. It seems that there is no hope for a full attendance in January. You're tuning into the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.